This video was made. This video was made possible by Net.
Okay, hello all. I'm just here we go again. I like funk, as you can hear. Okay. Just okay, let's first make this up. I mean this. Now we have 29 iron blocks and 6 iron ingots. Yes. Okay, let's make more torches. Random cobblestone. Complete deep slate. This stupid glue suck. Stupid glue suck in here. Three torches. Doesn't matter. It's more about exploring, I think. Oh shit. I lost quite a lot of health. Okay, let's just mine this stuff up. Okay, it's time to explore the cave. Look at this, all this stuff, huh? Yeah. Warden, not here, but it's easy to spawn him. Okay, but you need to do the right stuff to eat. Maybe times later I will just remove all this stuff like this, because I don't like this stuff and I don't want to spawn Warden ever again. So okay, so dark. No, not I not want to go here. Are you stupid or what? Squid game. That was spider. He spawns. Lol. Oh, lava. Lava. Squid is dying. Squid is dead. Okay. But I want to mine this stuff. Ага. Okay. I just swim it in lava, lol. But I don't lose anything because I okay, go. Go. I accidentally swim in lava. Nice. In quote marks. Okay, we're going back to same place. We're going back to same place. Is that a gold? Seems like yes. Ow. Okay, let's just mine all this gold. So much gold. And place here the torch. Ow. Okay, let's eat. Golden. 4, 5. He did. Skeletons, hello. And one spider. 2 skeletons, 1 spider. Let's remove this stupid sting. Yes, remove this and this and this. Yeah, exploring really big cave. Okay.
My friends don't walk, they run. Skinny dipping rabbit holes for fun. Popping balloons with guns. Getting high off helium. We paint white roses red. Each shade from a different person said this dream is a killer. Getting drunk with a blue caterpillar. I'm peeling the skin off my face. Cause we hate being safe.
Oh, diamonds, yeah. Oh, good point, it's not falling in lava. Yay.
All the
Oh, he's not despawned. Skeleton spawned. Okay.
Craziest friend that you've ever had. You think I'm psycho, you think I'm gone. Tell the psychiatrist something is wrong. Over the bed, entirely bonkers. You like me best when I'm off my rocker. Tell you a secret, I'm not alarmed. So what if I'm crazy? The best people are. All the best people are crazy. All the best people are. All the best people are crazy. All the best people are.
Lol. Another cave. Okay. No, it's just. Ah, that's a diamond. That's good. Five stacks left of. Let's remove this and this. Remove.
They send me away to find my fortune, a chest filled with diamonds and gold. The house was awake with shadows and monsters. The hallways, they echoed and groaned. I sat alone in bed till the morning. I'm crying, they're coming for me. And I tried to hold these secrets inside me. My mind's like it's deadly disease. I'm bigger than my body. I'm colder than this home. I'm meaner than my demons. I'm bigger than these bones. And all the kids cried out, please stop, you're scaring me. I can't help this awful energy. Goddamn right, you should be scared of me. Who is in control? I paced around for hours on empty. I jumped at the slightest of sounds. I couldn't stand the person inside me. I turned all the mirrors around. I'm bigger than my body. I'm colder than this home. I'm meaner than my demons. I'm bigger than these bones. And all the kids cried out, please stop, you're scaring me. I can't help this awful energy. Goddamn right, you should be scared of me. Who is in control? I'm well acquainted with villains that live in my bed. They beg me to write them so they'll never die when I'm dead. And I've grown familiar with villains that live in my head. They beg me to write them so I'll never die when I'm dead. I'm bigger than my body. I'm colder than this home. I'm meaner than my demons. I'm bigger than these bones. And all the kids cried out, please stop, you're scaring me. I can't have this awful energy. Goddamn right, you should be scared of me. Who is in
Shit.
control?
Okay, let's mine this iron. Let's go full here. There is a noiser, like or screamer. I don't know how to say this. Let's just remove this. Okay.
What is it exactly you're paying? Is the amount cleaning you out? Am I satisfactory? Today I'm thinking about
I remove the noiser,
things that are deadly. The way I'm
like or speaker. Can I say speaker? Like it's alarm for the warden.
cannibal class, killing the sun. Bury a friend. I wanna end me. I wanna end me.
Removing the sound detectors.
What do you want from me? Why don't you run from me? What are you wondering? What do you know? Why aren't you scared of me? Why do you care for me? When we all fall asleep, where do we go?
Listen,
Keep you in the dark. What had you expected? Me to make you my art, make you a star and get you connected.
Yes, that's my sneeze.
I'll be calm and collected.
Oh,
But we knew
iron, not iron, but the diamonds.
honestly at the bed.
Pow,
Calling security, keeping my head down. Bury the hatchet or bury your friend.
pow.
The debt that I owe, gotta sell my soul. Cause I can't say no, I can't say no. Then my limbs
Oh,
are frozen, my eyes won't
This cave ends? Like what? Already ends? But let's go up then. Like, not the holy side is.
I wanna end me. I wanna end me. I wanna end me. What do you want from me? Why don't you run from me? What are you wondering? What do you know? Why aren't you scared of me?
Okay, delete this.
When we all fall asleep, where do we go?
Never get free, lamb to the slaughter. What you gon' do when there's blood in the water? The price of your greed is your son and your daughter. What you gon' do when there's blood in the water? Look me in my eyes, tell me everything's not fine. All the people ain't happy, and the river has run dry. You thought you could go free, but that system is done for. If you listen real closely, there's a knock at your front door. You'll never get free.
Okay, let me check what song is playing and what is ordered in my playlist. Ah, yeah. Just some some compilation of song, like on second stream I heard this song on my second stream. I mean second stream of Minecraft, this stint, like last stream before this stint was like over a year ago. And I was not the VTuber yet. Remove. Removing the... Why is this... Блять, this cave is huge. Literally the hugest cave ever seen by me. Like, exploring it here the day in a row. Like, the huge system of caves. Okay. Fallen block, lol. I don't want to go down here. Hello, but you are not stuck anymore. But I forgot the name. Diamond.
Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the
Oh, it's was no ends. I mean no exits. Just close it.
Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
Let me hear you. Okay, let's go this way then. No diamonds. Oh,
Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming when the
iron is mined always, as usual.
days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs
Another squid died.
everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
Complete shit. So many. So much. Oh. That exit from the cave. But that total exit from the cave. I mean too high.
Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption.
Okay.
Honesty is the one-way gate to hell. I want to taste consumption. Be faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out.
That's probably night outside. In Minecraft.
Just wanna be carefree lately, yeah. Just picking up days.
Okay.
Got one too many quarters in my pocket. Counting like the four-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied days, yeah.
Creeper was scary.
Dreams got dirty little lullabies playing. Might as well just
Let's
roll
add.
the nursery and count sheep.
Let's remove the creeper. What are you watching, creeper? Boom. Okay. I need to eat again. From I noticed here is a palm from even that place. So let's explore them.
ほら保健室はサボるためにあるんじゃない
Squid died. Multiple squids died, actually. Oh, hello spider. Hello skeleton. Okay. He did. Why so big are the caves in Minecraft? Is that a dead end? Let's see. But let's mine coal first. I break the pickaxe. Shit. More cave. Exploring paradise, but I getting tired of how large is this system of caves. That was spider. -2 creepers. Hello, yet another creeper. Can Ashcorp absolute territory? Absolute unit of a cave. Look how long I will go to back to my home. Not yet, by the way. Okay, this is the end actually. This mold I need to remove mold. Ow! Oh, good point, I not died yet. But why is it good point? Let's just swim in lava. Keep inventory on. And all the levels are here too. Okay, let's... Here we go again. Here we go again. Oh shit. I forgot. I forgot to put stuff into chests. Pam. Yeah. Oh. I need to put this on and this on. 24, 28. Let's remove this to here, this to here, this to here, and this to here, and this to here. And this is here. Um, 24 arrows, 6 breads, 6 rotten fleshes. Some veiled music going on. Strings. Are you here? Are you here? Perfect for 2 blocks. Not in here. I put this need to put in here. Must be put in here. I need to destroy first iron and chest plate and leggings before I put diamond ones. Rotten flesh, golden apple. Okay. 1.5 left. This for 24, not. This left here. I let it cook. This last. Okay, how much? 40 is 5, 48 is 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Almost 2 stacks of gold ingots. No. Okay, let's 4 seeds. How more seeds? So much seeds. Okay, and we go again. I forgot to make something. Iron ingots. One, two, three, four. Must. I need more of them, like 3 or something. $18. Okay, 27. 27 coal blocks. So let's make it like that. Okay. No, one coal is goes to helium. Ingots goes helium. I was here so long, it night comes here. Okay, let's go to let's shit, here we go again. Let's explore the cave. Now look how long I will take to go to the place here I has been. Another squid died over there. We are going to explore another cave system. There is even higher. Oh shit. How much caves? This is another branch of cave. This is not here we has been recently. This is not here we has been at all. There is no torches. Oh. There is green gems. I forgot what name of them. Emerald. Okay. Okay, let's just mine the coal and emerald. Another. Let's Ow. More iron. More iron coal was mined from here. Okay. I have seen another dungeon. Yes, I hear he's there. Here is the dungeon. I will eat and then... Okay, let's pick a fight with them. Okay, they are dead now. Hello. Pam, 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 pam. Let's mine this out. There is no chest, sadly. No chest. Let's come. This place was not explored by me yet. Why do I want to explore everything over here? Hi, creeper. There was witch. Very dangerous. And here below is skeleton. Shit. So much to explore. Two zombies. This mountain is so cheesy. It just penetrated by caves so much. It almost like cheese. Okay, let's add. Oh shit. Hi, creeper. Oh, here you are, creeper. Baum. Mine the coal. Minus. To море. Off. There is switch. Okay. I thought it was gone, but it just turns into zombie. 2 more skeletons. Let's kill the Enderman then. So much to explore, and I was kill the first Enderman just now. I mean, first Enderman first in this play rogue. Yes, mine, now this coal. I love the coal. It need for market for torches, and it brings the experience points for some reason. Oh, hi. Hi, zombie.
Turns to sunshine.
Ow.
Moonlight turns to sunshine.
I have nothing to eat. So, okay. Penitos just spawned over here for some reason. Okay, let's move out of here. Because I'm about to die. Maybe let's explore here. No. Nah. Oh, no. Maybe let's explore here. Oh shit. Okay. Let's get out of here. Now let's explore this place. Oh shit. Okay, there I was being. Okay, I see. Here I am. There is the cave from part of the cave from a previous stream. The music stopped for some reason, but let's just get back. Yes, just get back to home. But no, really not get good home. Since let's go on. Put music on again. Lazuri. Oh, I found it finally. Let's destroy it.
Hello, and thank you for joining us. Today, we have invited a special guest, the Quick Brown Fox, to introduce to us the basics of a modern form of electronic musical art known as speedcore. Speedcore is a form of hardcore techno that is typically identified by its high rate of beats per minute and aggressive themes. Speedcore tracks often contain elements of its musical brethren, gab and breakcore. Some artists are content to sample shouted obscenities and incorporate these samples into their music.
Go fuck yourself!
What?
Your malfunction, numbnut! Fuck you, man!
Okay. Let's move out of here. I just go home and then I pick up the food and then yes, we will go, but I need I missed the exit it here. Okay. Okay. Get out of here. Just oh, no, pants destroyed. Okay, gunpowder. Three blocks of lazuli. Two emeralds. Goes over here. So much rotten flesh and so much seeds. And this it. Gravel. Cobblestone. Speeder UE is here. Okay. What in here? I eat breads. Okay. I need to bring it. Gunpowder.
Let's hope this one turns out pretty darn good, huh?
Say hello to my coupon! I'm an man! That no good! I'm an man! That no good! I'm an man! That no good! That no good! That no good! I'm an man! That no good! Crush everyone! I'll punish you! Be nice on you! I'm the name man! Crush everyone!
Okay, we got the head. В холле стаков, блин, again.
Incoming! Here I come! Now it's coward killing time! Trouble, less trouble!
I forgot one important thing.
Trouble, less trouble!
I forgot the Iron Ache.
Now it's coward killing time!
I need more.
I hear someone building diaper changing station!
It's just one of those days where you don't want to wake up. Everything is fucked, everybody sucks. You don't really know why, but you want to justify ripping someone's head off. No human contact, when did you interact? You're like it's on contract. The best bet is to stay away, motherfucker. It's just one of those days, still on the free train. First one to the plane, leave with the bloodstained. So you're running on a maniac, you better watch your
I thought it was stone block style. Just weird perspective. There is Holy Forest over here.
keeps going this way, I just might break your fucking face tonight.
genocide of local trees, in particular oak.
Good luck. You'll need it.
Let's just mine and mine this.
Buy that for $1.
Okay, birch. Finally, as previous ones was just a oak.
Buy that for $1.
Oh, another one. Oh, birch. I like birch tree. I like birch tree. Okay. Another birch tree.
You'll need it. Buy that for $1.
Okay. More oak. Let's see what we're hearing. Okay, this is all from oak. That's from birch. Okay. I need to climb all this stuff just to get to Helium. Okay. Wow. This one is pretty tall.
We'll show him Chinese boxing.
Yeah. Chinese boxer.
Yeah. Movement number 4. Dragon seeks path.
Let's mine this emerald out of his socket.
Dragon whips his tail.
Oh shit. Oh. What? Wrong instruments. Why am I was choosing wrong instruments? Another tall one. Tall order. Ow. Why am I Godfather? Okay, I go. Okay. I need some more birch to balance out the other trees such as oak and spruce. Now I need to go home. Last birches. Last birch. Why there is lava ponds? They are easy to outrun. Zombies, I mean. Spiders also. But let's just go to home. Let's just go home and sleep. Okay.
No, sir. I didn't like it.
The BBC would like to announce that the next scene is not considered suitable for family viewing. It contains scenes of naked women with floppy breasts.
Are you brain specialist? My brain hurts.
Saplings, окей. Трутся, saplings. Wax, spruce and birch. Stack of bones. Okay, far. I was need to go for luck log for this. Okay.
Are you brain specialist?
Your head is as empty as a eunuch's underpants.
I don't think you're happy enough.
I'm going to snort a lot of crack. I'm going to snort a lot of crack. I'm going to snort a lot of crack. The pill, take the trip, everybody.
Wow, that was perfect. So many iron, or so much iron. The egg. Cobblestone. Coal. Going here. Okay, let's continue to explore the cave. The absolute unit of a cave. Just not yes, go over here.
I'm going to snort a lot of crack. I'm going to snort a lot of crack. Take the trip, everybody. Groove, 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 and don't slip.
Okay. Let's just dump 7 stacks of torches onto exploring stuff. Ow. But I was never been that high. Okay. Лол. Испугаюсь. Обосрался. Okay. Let's mine some cow. Спудер. Let's mine some iron over here. Then continue to mine coal. Okay. Iron also with coal. I forgot to eat. Almost destroyed, but not completely. Oh. Okay, that's all. So many branches to explore. I can't even I still can't finish the exploring and some mining still occurring. Okay, let's watch what's up with music. Like, I just finish mine the call and check the music. Like, why it's stupid. Okay. I turn the music back again. Okay, spiders, oh yeah. Ow. Here is the dead end. Okay, we are signing. Oh, we are sighted to the emerald. Lol. Some coal again. So much coal. Minecraft for some reason. Why is there so much coal in Minecraft? Oh, emeralds. Iron. So much resources. Oh, more coal.
I'm a fucking car!
I just mine this until it ends. Okay, pickaxe got destroyed. Yes. So much stuff. It's it. Oh, they triggered. Two spider areas. Wow. There is emerald. Web. Creeper. Creepers. Wow. There is snowfall. Beautiful. Now I see why there is so much color. We are way above sea level.
Riddle me this, riddle me that. Who's afraid of the big black?
I so much. Why so much color with them? Okay, we are mined the coal from the ceiling. Now we need to light up the ceiling for some reason. And ground light too. Oh hi, hi zombie. That's it. So much coal. There will be 3 stacks probably. Maybe even more. Let's just mine this, all this stuff. Mine coal right now. But also redstone. So much redstone. There. Ooh! Okay. There. Too much coal. Too much coal. Level 50 lol. Okay, I got out of that stuff. Okay, let's explore that stuff. That part. Right now seems like I'm more of miner than explorer. Oh hi, creeper. You're going for me. No chest plate. Okay, let's put diamond on. Okay.
My calculations are correct.
One stack of torches is gone. But I do more mining than exploring. So that's explain this stuff. Okay, just mine more coal. I have some more place for coal. Why so much coal to mine? Lifetime supply of coal, lol.
from, yes!
I need more pickaxes. И блекс. Окей. There is 3. Oh, hi, zombie. Carrot. Lol. That's mine. This is dead end. That's good. Okay, let's mine this coal out. Okay. Let's just Okay. Yeah. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5 stacks of koal. More koal. Yes, there is koal. So many koal. Why so much koal? Okay. Okay. Oh. More iron.
You're a real monster now, and that means you're playing in the big leagues with the big boys. I got 50 years of missed Halloweens all smushed up tight inside me, just get out. This isn't just any night, it's our night. When it finally comes, we got to terrify.
I did not. Okay. Okay. Feels so much to explore. Okay, just let me mine this stuff. Coal. That's all. More coal. Squid, sorry. Oh, fucking shit. So much to explore. Okay. We are going to home. Okay. I am finally home. You may notice now the bed is too far away. Okay. Six stacks of coal. This is so much coal. Unbelievably much. I think I might double the amount of coal I have in just one go. Look, 45 stacks of coal. In addition to 50. Look, almost double the amount of coal I have. Emerald. What? Ah, okay. Good powder. Carrot over here. Not carrot. I will go cover it here. Arrow. Speeder here. speeder UE. Strings also be here. Stack of cobblestone and a little more cobblestone. 3 gravel and 12 rotten flesh. Glowing sack. I will take this stuff. Name tag. Name tag is also be here. Bonus goes over here. Yes, there is stack of bonus I have. Goes here, man. I go Lemon Sword. Oh, I fallen. Also I not forgot. I not forgot to put iron into them.
What if Russian hard bus?
Sonic stop it for some reason.
Was sung by Slav Lollies.
Yes, I like this song. Okay, not go to overworld now. I go low. Okay, let's go over. What? Okay. I need just to destroy this stuff. Shit. Another cave. Another branch of cave. Some gold. pick it up. Ouch. I forgot what's over here.
Переключить на черно-белый режим. Переключить на черно-белый режим. И убивать, 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 убивать. Постигает такое, что не хочется жить. Наблюдается за нами небес синева.
Okay. So money. Not. This is the end. So here is another. Yes, it's probably over here. Yes, we go down here. Here we go down. This place is underexplored by me. Why Sonic stopped it? Okay.
Спасаться антидепрессантом, звонить ему и бояться. Давай все его фото, так не подписаться. Нагнать на бывшую тёлку, позже снимок приходит. Я не знаю, не знаю. Что такая любовь? Мы могли бы стать парой года. На обложке журнала моды. Ты
I'm expecting to see a lot of edits on this. And by the way, this
Okay, I delete this, but okay, let's go.
Мы расстались с тобой родными и купили питомник в Чили. У камина попили пиво с понедельника по выходным. Я любила бы твои обиды, ты ненавидел мои слезы. Но все это мы не получили, потому что у меня нет любовь. Что такое любовь? Что такое любовь?
Oh, hello. It's the Etcanor rap.
Oh, hello. I didn't see you come in.
I mean the song.
What can I get you? I have some ale if you like that. Just take a seat and... Oh, it's like that, is it?
You may wanna step back, get down, get ready for my next attack. Hear your bones crack, it goes black, a known fact. I'm so fast, you think you're stronger than me. Ha! Who decides that? Taking a shot with divinity is my ability. Hitting the killing you instantly, feel the agility visually. I'm like a monster, literally, except when my dignity screams like a sympathy. Stop your hostility, beating me, this is an impossibility. I'm a nobility, villainy seems to be crumbling under the might of my chivalry. Now the sun's out, about to get these guns out. Feeling a surge of power, you coward, your time will run out. I'm en route, you've gone down, pathetic, why'd you come out? Watching the clock as I'm rocking it, notice how hot it is, I am the one now. Hitting with a weather, spit quicker than the weather, better quicker than I'm sinning now. I beg or reconsider every moment that I'm growing. I'll be showing you the glowing of my magic, cause it's trying you be running so you're frozen solid. Pity you had to break your command. I was having fun, taking you on one hand. I'm like a god, come and face me in the daylight. Strong as a god, bet you're hoping that it stayed night. Your face a god, don't wanna bother with trying. Back on attack, hit the roar of a lion. I'm like a god, come and face me in the daylight. Strong as a god, bet you're hoping that it stayed night. Your face a god, don't wanna bother with trying. Back on attack, hit the roar of a lion. Born a prince, I was spoiled by the king and queen. Picked on by my brother, it was hatred born from jealousy. One day we were fighting and I broke his arm incredibly. The penalty caused by this family meant that my family saw me an enemy. No empathy, a freak, a monster to those around me. Helplessly I keep on looking for hope to ground me. This body like a beast is cursed, changed and bound me. It wasn't until Merlin and Meliodas had found me. In battle you know what we're doing, ayy. Using my merciless son, ayy. Obliterating till every atom is dead and gone, ayy. Sin of the line, defying the laws you're applying. My level is climbing, you're fighting the night is now over, the sun is rising. My heart's a poem, it's flowing just like a ballad. Your time is over, you're fearing me just like gallons. Cutting like buddy, you better be backing up and then I'll crush you like a bucket and I feel like a god, I'm a top. I won't stop till you drop, it's a force of habit. I'm like a god, come and face me in the daylight. Strong as a god, bet you're hoping that it stayed night. You'll face a god, don't wanna bother with trying. Back on attack, hear the roar of a lion. I'm like a god, come and face me in the daylight. Strong as a god, bet you're hoping that it stayed night. You'll face a god, don't wanna bother with trying. Back on attack, hear the roar of a lion. I'm like a god, come and face me in the daylight. Strong as a god, bet you're hoping that it stayed night. You'll face a god, don't wanna bother with trying. Back on attack, hear the roar of a lion.
Hello, Escanor here, telling you to like and subscribe, and also to watch all of the other 7 Deadly Sins raps by Ross on his YouTube channel. He has other content there as well, for all you anime gaming rap needs, whatever you want. Praise the sun.
Come on Barbie, let's go party. No! God, please, no! Barbie, let's go party. No! No! Come on Barbie, let's go party. No! God, please, no!
Я слетаюсь, лингую, я боюсь разбиться, я боюсь, всем танцую, и не остановиться. Раньше ты был тенью, а теперь ты птица. Я не знаю, что дальше, и не остановиться. Мама скалась, как мама, а любви так много. Мы танцуем на грани переворот. Какое-то небо над нами, и куда нам дорога? Мы танцуем на грани переворот. Ой, танцуем на грани переворот. Ой, танцуем на грани переворот. Нам осталось так мало, а любви так много. Мы танцуем на грани.
Okay, mining. We kill some zombies.
Ой, танцуем на грани.
Let's kill the spider then.
Ой, танцуем на грани. Не было нас здесь, мы теперь нас много. За спиной и того. Понадали дорога, злостью не рядом. Кто-то вместо Бога исчезает за гранью.
Okay, hello.
Нам осталось так мало, а любви так много. Мы танцуем на грани переворот. Какое-то небо над нами, и куда нам дорога? Мы танцуем на грани переворот. Нам осталось так мало, а любви так много. Мы танцуем на грани переворот. Какое-то небо над нами, и куда нам дорога? Мы танцуем на грани переворот. Ой, танцуем на грани переворот.
I have no food apart from golden apple. Okay, I'm getting out of here. I don't want to be here anymore. Because I almost dead. I need to bring food here. Am I coming the right way over here? Oh, diamonds. Good. Ow. I remember I have the keep inventory on, so I respawn it. Okay. Diamond over here. Our gold. Gunpowder. $56. Six blocks. Окей. Коблистоне. Диорите. Rotten flesh. So many rotten flesh. So much, I should say. Goblin. Где посмотрите? Ау. Упс. Golden blocks. 14 golden blocks. Let's put spider area to spider areas. Coal. Okay. Oh, I have no. Раз, два, три, четыре.
Just like my favorite song going round and round my head. Like my favorite song going round and round my head. You're just like my favorite song going round and round my head. Like my favorite song going round and round my head. Some days I can feel it, but the feeling ain't all blue. You got me believing one day you gotta come through. Lost in these city lights, cause I can't sleep tonight. Where are you now? Where are you now?
Море Iron Pickaxes.
You're just like my favorite song going round and round my head. Like my favorite song going round and round my head. You're just like my favorite song going round and round my head. Like my favorite song going round and round my head.
Let's just
Remember the words you told me, love me to the day I die. Surrender my everything, cause you made me believe you're mine. Yeah, you used to call me baby, now you're calling me by name.
Okay, let's check. Okay, I'm can go low right now. Ow.
Yeah, one of us gets too drunk and calls about 100 times. So who you be calling, baby? Nobody could take my place. When you're looking at those strangers, hope to God you see my face. Young blood, say you want me, say you want me. Out of your life, and I'm just a dead man walking tonight. But you need it, yeah, you need it all of the time, yeah. Young blood, say you want me, say you want me. Back in your life, so I'm just a dead man calling tonight. 'Cause I need it, yeah, I need it all of the time, yeah.
Okay, let's go.
You pushing, I'm pulling away from you. I'm giving you take. You're running, I'm running away from you, from you. Young blood, say you want me, out of your life, and I'm just a dead man walking tonight. But you need it, yeah, you need it all of the
Ow.
time, yeah.
I forgot the most important thing. But okay, let's farm some slime. Oh, okay. Burn myself purposefully just to grab some food. Lol. Okay. Now it's time to properly go down. I go to have that deep segment. Я вас бичит. Ow, I fallen. Yes, it's Heli. Heli is the way to go. Okay, we almost here. Okay. Okay, I'm almost there. Yeah. Okay, I finally go here. I forgot to check it was day or night. Oh, hello, zombies. Okay. Okay.
It's getting late. I'm making my way over to my favorite place. I gotta get my body moving, shake the stress away. I wasn't looking for nobody when you look my way, possible candidate, yeah. Who knew that you'd be up in here looking like you do? You make it staying over here impossible. Baby, I'ma say your aura is incredible. If you don't have to go, don't. Do you know what you started? I just came here to party, but now we're rocking on the dance floor, acting naughty. Your hands around my waist, just let the music play. We're hand in hand, just to check it out, we face the first. I wanna take you away, let's escape into the music. DJ, let it play. I just can't refuse it, like the way you do it. Keep on rocking to it. Please don't stop it, please don't stop it, please don't stop it. I'ma say, 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 please don't stop the music. Baby, are you ready? 'Cause it's getting close. Don't you feel the passion ready to explode? What goes on between us, no one has to know. This is a private show. Oh, do you know what you started? I just came here to party, but now we're rocking on the dance floor, acting naughty. Your hands around my waist, just let the music play. We're hand in hand, chest to chest, and now we're face to face. I wanna take you away, let's escape into the music. DJ, let it play. I just can't refuse it, like the way you do this. Keep on rocking to it. Please don't stop it, please don't stop it, please don't stop it. I'ma say, 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 I' fake. I love it when you call me señorita. I wish I could pretend I didn't need ya, but every touch is ooh la la la. It's true la la la. Oh, I should be running. Oh, you keep it. I love it when you call me señorita. I wish I could pretend I didn't need ya, but every touch is ooh la la la. It's true la la la. Oh, I should be
Okay.
running. Oh, you keep it coming for ya.
That in Miami, the air was hot from summer rain, sweat dripping off me. Before I even knew her name, la la la. It felt like ooh la la la, yeah. Oh, sapphire moonlight, we danced for hours in the sun, tequila sunrise. Her body fit right in my hands, la la la.
5 days on the freeway, riding shotgun with you. 2 hearts in the fast lane, we had big dreams in blue. Playing sweet child of mine, and I still feel that line. Where are you now? Where are you now? Hey, it's been too long ago, my love. Where did we go wrong? Too late to turn around. Where are you now? Where are you now? Hey, it's been too long. You're just like my favorite song, going round and round my head. Like my favorite song, going round and round my head. You're just like my favorite song, going round and round my head. Like my favorite song, going round and round my head. Some days I can feel it, but the feeling ain't all blue. You got me believing, one day you gotta come through. Lost in these city lights, 'cause I can't see the light. Where are you now? Where are you now? Hey, it's been too long ago, my love. Where did we go wrong? Too late to turn around. Where are you now? Where are you now? Hey, it's been too long. You're just like my favorite song, going round and round my head. Like my favorite song, going round and round my head. You're just like my favorite song, going round and round my head. Like my favorite song, going round and round my head.
Remember the words you told me, love me to the day I die. Surrender my everything, 'cause you made me believe you're mine. Yeah, you used to call me baby, now you're calling me by name. Takes one to know one, yeah, you beat me at my own damn game. You pushing and pushing, I'm pulling away from you. I give it, giving you take, Young blood, say you want me, I ain't laughing, I'm just a dead man walking tonight. But you need it, yeah, you need it, all of the time, yeah. Young blood, say you want me,
Окей. There was some war with mobs. I forgot to talk about it all.
Lately our conversations end like it's the last goodbye. Yeah, one of us gets too drunk and calls about 100 times. So who we be calling, baby? Nobody could take my place. When you're looking at those strangers, hope to God you see my face. Young blood, say you want me,
strange looking cave. Why is this cave perfectly straight?
I summoned you, please come to me. Don't bury thoughts that you really want. I fill you up, drink from my cup. Within me lies what you really want. Come, lay me down. 'Cause you know this, 'cause you know this sound. In the middle of the night, in the middle of the night. Just call my name, I'll be
Torches. Да. Что лежит? А, все понял.
Я говорю, чем питаешься-то? Говном.
А, окей.
Самым нехорошим.
Клипер киллит клипер, лол. Lol. This cave system is extremely large. So many branches. Okay, not even mining now. I tired of mining. Let's just exploring then. Okay, let's mine something. Squid got died. Let's just more squids found it. But here also
You've been gone for so long, I'm running out of time. I need
Oh, hi.
Show you out. Tonight I wanna show you out. What you got, a billion could never buy. We gonna party like it's 30-12 tonight. I wanna show you all the finer things in life. So just forget about the world we're on tonight. I'm coming for you, I'm coming for you. 'Cause
Shit. There was some fight. It's getting late. I'm making my way over to my favorite place. I gotta get my body moving, shake the stress away. I wasn't looking for nobody when you looked my way. Possible candidate, yeah. Who knew that you'd be up in here looking like you do? You're making staying over here impossible. Baby, I'ma say your aura is incredible. If you don't have to go, don't. Do you know what you started? I just came here to party, but now we're rocking on the dance floor, acting naughty. Your hands around my waist, just let the music play. We're hand in hand, chest to chest, and now we face to face. I wanna take you away, let's escape into the music. DJ, let it play. I just can't refuse it, like the way you do this. Keep on rocking to it. Please don't stop it, please don't stop it, please don't stop it. I'ma say, 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 please don't stop the music. Baby, are you ready? 'Cause it's getting close. Don't you feel the passion ready to explode? What goes on between us, no one has to know. This is a private show. Oh, do you know what you started? I just came here to party, but now we're rocking on the dance floor, acting naughty. Your hands around my waist, just let the music play. We're hand in hand, chest to chest, and now we're face to face. I wanna
you away. Let's escape into the music. DJ, let it play. I just can't refuse it. That's the way you do this. Keep on rocking to it. Please don't stop it. Please don't stop it. Please don't stop it. Mama say, 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 mama say. Please don't stop the music. I love it when you call me señorita. I wish I could pretend I didn't need ya, but every touch is ooh la la la. It's true la la la. Ooh, I should be running. Ooh, you keep me coming. I love it when you call me señorita. I wish I could pretend I didn't need ya, but every touch is
Glove suck.
it's true la la la. Oh, I should be running. Oh, you keep me coming for ya.
Oh, finally some more diamonds. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm getting out of here because I'm tired. Hello, witch. I don't want to. That's it. Here is switch now. It's shady spawned, but squids are spawned for some reason. Why they spawn in the like underground? -1. Okay. Turn the music. Okay, let's go back. He's searching for me. I almost dead. Lol. Okay, let's add them. Сидчода. Why do I mine gold now? I have enough gold, but why? Why? Oh. I 11 diamonds. Okay.
To heaven that make you want to cry. Tears of joy for all the pleasure and the certainty that
I killed some skeletons. Seems like this speaker don't even attach it to anything, so let's just destroy it.
Harlem Shake, the Harlem Shake, Harlem Shake, Harlem Shake, the Harlem Shake.
Okay.
The Harlem Shake, the Harlem Shake, Harlem Shake, the Harlem Shake, the Harlem Shake, the Harlem Shake.
Let's removing these stupid blocks. This also removing. Oh, finally dead end. Not it's that place to. It's that place, not dead end. Let creepers just explode. Extra bow. Okay, I almost dead. I was almost dead. Like over half of HP was gone. But now it's okay. How long, сука, блять? Another skeleton. Okay, let's set a little bit again. О, more diamond. But only one diamond. Shit. This cave system, as I said, is really huge. Okay, I see some dungeon. Let skeletons kill themselves. Yeah, or each other in this case. Let the right skeleton spawner. 2 chests. Artem flash. Not. This I make. Iron ingot. Buhyat. Coal. Okay. Remove this. C14 cut and C14 13. Oh. Finally chest. I throw it all the trash. Okay, let's go. Diamond. Let's mine it. Dungeon got cleaned. Now let's look how long it will take for me to go back to home. Okay. 9:45. Okay, let's go. I don't go here. I don't mind redstone. I just go out. I'm just going out. Lazuri also left behind. Okay, 9:48. Okay, this stupid move is still trying to expand. I not fight with you, Enderman. Yes, I not forget to where I was going. Wait a minute. Seems like I a little bit lost. But seriously, here I come from. 12:13. I really forgot where I got come from, but probably from over there. But here exactly, I don't know. Not from here, but from here. Ah, yes. I need to go higher. Yes, I need to go higher. How many times? 15:38. Okay, minus 1 minute, or like I got lost. Here is the way. Yes. Okay. Going back so long. Okay, I might go remove 1.5 seconds from the time I'm moving out. Okay, we're still going. Look how long it take from to go from here I left exploring to my home. And that considering I has the house, the bed in the cave, a little bit in the cave. Go up. Ow. Almost there. I am also getting stuck for some reason. This cave is literally the biggest cave I even explored. But I never played like much of Minecraft. It was like no more than a week straight. So no more than 50 hours or so, or maybe up to 70, no, not 50. 50 hours or so, no more. Finally I got home. Okay, let's look at time. 18:56. Like 9 minutes. Okay, minus maybe 2 minutes for stacks. I'm getting lost and stuff. Like 7 minutes from here I left exploring to the bed. This is so much. Okay, let's store the stuff out. I has no the stupid stuff. Two more chests. Gunpowder. Music discs. Glow ink sack. Ender pearl. More diamonds. Rough copper for some reason. Redstone dust. Bow. Arrows. Slime ball. Spider area. More bones. We had coal. Raw copper. Ingot. Golden horse armor. Okay. Seeds. Watermelon seeds. Golden apple. Raw gold. Torches. Iron pickaxes. Diamond sword. Oh, diamond helmet almost lost its health point. Okay, one more bread. Okay. I stopped the music because I don't want to listen to me anymore. Like, no, what did I say? I didn't mean to say I don't want to listen to anymore. The stream is got to be paused soon. Like I go to eat something and leave the game and watch some stuff later. Like just YouTube watching. Okay. 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 Do I need to watch? Okay. I back. Yes.
Missed it, you won't be seeing this planer anymore because Oliver Machinery reached out, offered me a better planer,
Okay.
and instead of selling that one for like $3,000 on Craigslist, I decided to host a rock, paper, scissors tournament where the winner would win the planer. So we recently did that up at Gobi Walnut. It was a ton of fun. The guy who won it was an actual woodworker with a small professional business that did not have a good planer.
Okay.
So I thought it was really cool, a ton of fun. If you want to stay tuned on more contests like that, follow me over on Instagram.
Wait, I forgot to warm up the food. I really forgot. Ладно, сейчас повешу. Сейчас повешу. Okay, now I really back.
Or at least check out the
Okay. Let's watch some geology. Okay.
Welcome to Central Nevada and another episode of Random Road Cuts right here along US Highway 6 south west of Ely. I think we're at the south end of this is the White Pine Range up here, and looking at my map in the car. But saw kind of an interesting little narrow section through the highway here and a nice little road cut. So I thought I'd stop and we could decipher this a little bit together. Thanks for joining me. I'm geology professor Sean Wilsey on a trip out to the Eastern Sierras, and thought I'd stop here at this road cut and do a little exploring with you. So let's start with what we know about this region here in Central Nevada. So Central Nevada, when I think of Central Nevada and the basin and range in terms of rock types, I'm thinking of mainly a lot of marine sedimentary rocks, so limestones, sandstones, and shales that were deposited on the continental shelf during the Paleozoic. There's some other rocks as well. I'm also thinking in the basin and range, there's a lot of volcanic rocks from the Oligocene and the Miocene. And so tuffs and ashes and lavas are pretty common in that area as well. And of course, there's some metamorphic rocks and there's some intrusive igneous rocks as well. But those are some of the things that come to mind. So let's just go ahead and approach this outcrop here in the shadows, work our way to the west side, just around the corners where I'm parked, and there it opens up and it allows a little access to this upper cliff here. So let's see what we've got.
Okay.
So we can see a little bit of layering in this rock. Hopefully you can see that with the shadows, but the rock has some layering to it. Looking here down at some of the rocks weathering out of the road cut, we can see there's pieces that are breaking into flat sheets. They feel to the touch pretty smooth, so the texture, the grain size is dominantly mud size versus sand size. They don't appear to be made out of any crystals, so there's no crystals I'm seeing in here. So they're screaming sedimentary to me, and because we've got these flat pieces on the ground, at least in a few of these that are mud size, like this one down here, we've got some shale in here somewhere. But we've also got in other places like here, this more dark gray, more blocky rock. We can still see the layering in it, but now it's not breaking into sheets. In places it is. In fact, right here, it's a nice little flake right there. And we can see that the bedding changes a little bit here. There's thinner beds in this little zone, then a zone of thicker beds, thinner beds. So the depositional rate presumably was changing. Of course, that's an interpretation. We want to stick with observations, but sometimes it's a little tricky to do that. So I did bring our handy dandy acid bottle because, again, knowing these rocks are sedimentary, calcite would be a dominant component. So we can see the nice strong reaction there. So these gray dark rocks here would be limestones.
It's pretty interesting.
We've got some carbonate rocks here. Let's see if we can find those shales in place. There's just some down here at my feet that I'm stepping on. The other interesting thing we can see in these rocks is in places we get these white stripes crisscrossing through the rock. And so these are veins. Remember, the difference between a dike and a vein can be confusing at first. Is a dike will be where magma has intruded the rock and has cooled and crystallized to form crystals. So you should see an igneous rock texture in a dike, a crystalline texture. A vein is where we had a fracture and then water, groundwater, moved through that fracture and precipitated out whatever minerals it was carrying in solution. And good candidates for veins would be quartz, calcite, sometimes gypsum, along with some other things as well. And this is one of the reasons we use the little acid bottle, is quartz and calcite can be a little hard to differentiate just visibly. Now, knowing that these gray rocks here are limestones, I'd guess that these are going to fizz and these would be calcites, but you want to test it, you're never quite sure until you like verify that. So it looks like we're getting a good reaction in the vein itself. So these are little calcite veins after this limestone was deposited, presumably at the bottom of the ocean. Most of our limestones in Nevada are going to be marine. So knowing that, these rocks are very likely Paleozoic in age, so hundreds of millions of years old, maybe Permian, maybe Mississippian or Pennsylvanian or Devonian, or even back to Cambrian in time. We've got another calcite vein. This one's interesting because it's more or less parallel to the layering and the bedding. Of course, anytime you have sedimentary rocks, you want to be on the lookout for fossils. That's always something you
Oh, I forgot.
see.
Okay. Yeah.
This video is made possible by Nebula.
Okay.
Okay, so we've got, wow, something different here. We've got a really nice structure here. We can see the rocks to the right, the limestones and shales are coming across and diving down to the left, but simultaneously we've got a bed of rock that's oriented almost vertically. And I'll try to get up there. This is a bad slope. But these rocks look more like the shales. Whoops, hold on, I got my rock camera looped through the little thing here. So these are splitting into little wafer chips. If I can bust one out and pick it up down by my feet. Yeah, so we've got this wafer thin piece of shale. Now shales can be more silica rich mud sized particles, or they can be calcite rich, and so we can see we get a reaction there, maybe a little bit not the freshest surface, but possibly a calcareous shale. Yeah, it looks like it's got enough of a reaction there that it's got some calcite in it. But more importantly, we've got this probably a fault here. Go back down where the rocks on the right are coming down this way, and the rocks on the left are almost at a vertical orientation. So our fault runs right through this zone right here. Hard to tell exactly what kind of fault it is, just based on these relationships. Could be an older thrust fault, because we know Nevada was subject to thrust faulting in the severe orogeny. It's also been subjected to, and is still being subjected to, basin and range extension. But my guess is it's probably a compressional structure, so that's probably a reverse fault. Again, we'd want to spend some time here and look more closely. We can also see in that zone the rocks were kind of pulverized, right? They were kind of broken and not very competent, which is very common in fault zones. So working our way to the west, those really steep orientations we saw there, now they're starting to rotate to less steep orientations, more gentle. We can also see the change, and I think I'm seeing this, the change in rock type. So back over here across the fault, we had these dark gray limestones with the calcite veins, Then we come across this structure, and we're not seeing that as much. We're not seeing that shade of gray. Now there is some calcite veins in here, but that could just have happened after both units were deposited. So it seems to be a different unit here on the west side of the fault. And we can see how slabby these shale beds are just above us. And in fact, that's what's making up a lot of the material down here at the bottom. You can see all these slabs that have broken off and fallen and slid down this face here. So a nice little structure here in our random road cut, a fault of some size and magnitude. And these look like these are really good, true shale layers here. Yeah, you can split these open. They break apart.
Interesting.
Sheets. This one's about ready to bust.
It's really interesting, at least to me.
With one hand.
I like to explore such stuff. From Minecraft, mining and capsule to literal geology.
It's always a good idea to look for fossils, either body fossils, skeletal remains of organisms, or sometimes trace fossils. You might see
I forgot. I forgot some stuff.
You might see tracks.
Okay, I'm back again. Let's continue to watch.
For places where these fossils were moving across this muddy sediment at the bottom of the ocean. Again, I'm not sure how old these are, definitely Paleozoic, but of some age. So we can see the bedding here is now dipping to the right, and there's some small folding in it. So some small little wavy folds. Hope you can see that with the lighting. These beds here come up and then start to drape back over. So a bit of a little bit of a fold there. And then let's work our way down a little further. We obviously could spend a lot of time here and work foot by foot. The rocks are kind of busted up here, so you know, who knows when they busted up this road cut, but because these shales contain so much mud, it looks like some of that mud's run off when it rains and it's coating the outer surface. And so we're getting a lot of mud, sediment on the surface of these shales and in between some of the layers. So you can see in between the layers, that's where the water can actually move through this unit, and it's you know, moving through and leaving a little bit of mud in there and maybe some other material. There's kind of a white deposit in there that could be the calcite, could be something else, I suppose, too. Okay, so the great dark gray limestones with the calcite veins, the fault structure, and then mostly these shales, working our way to the end of the outcrop. And what I want to do now is head up to this little cliff and see what this cliff is made out of. And then there's a nice, hopefully you can see this in the shadows, nice sharp contact there, which could be a depositional contact between these two units. Could be an unconformity, or it could be a fault, which is always something to look for. So let's see if we can
Fault was
get up this
interesting.
steep slope. Oh, this is a little trickier than I thought. All right, let's see if we can do this.
Yeah, that's geology looking.
Falling on our face. All right, we got past initial steep spot. So right away, just in the slope, now that I'm up off the road cut, we're seeing much bigger blocks of rock, right? We can see this big cliff unit. So again, what's going through my mind right now? Well, here in the West, the units that make big cliffs like this, or the ones across the way here, in terms of sedimentary rocks, will tend to be sandstones and limestones. The shales won't present themselves that way typically. So, and given the color, this kind of grayish color, it's likely to be a limestone or a carbonate unit, like a dolostone. So let's see what we get. Wow, this is great. Let me get up a little closer so you folks can see this. Again, first time here.
Wow.
And I think I picked another banger there. So we've got two different units here. You can see the gray units here just in front of us, which I think is maybe the shale or a shale limestone hybrid. Then there's this nice sharp contact with a little bit of red along the surface. And I don't know what to make of it yet, but it's definitely a sharp contact. It looks like there's maybe some brecciation on the bottom of this unit, so the rocks are being smashed and pulverized. That could be a clue, and that's sort of pushing me in one direction in terms of my interpretation, which I'll share with you in a second. But I can trace that sharp reddish line out along the contact. And even here, I can see some of that reddish color infiltrating the unit below, which is interesting. Here's some little interesting little, almost like little hummocks or little upward protruding, highly oxidized surfaces. And again, look how shattered some of this rock is above with, it's also injected with some of that oxidized material. So let's get back down on the ground. I'm up on a little shelf here and see if we can make heads or tails of this rock. So now that I'm down here looking at it, it's pretty competent, meaning it's like, it's not soft. This is actually some pretty resistant rock. And so it's striking me as looking more like a limestone, although there is places in it here where it's more thinly bedded and might look a bit like a shale, like we can see right back in here. You guys can see that. But let's go ahead and verify. Handy dandy acid bottle. Let's see. Yeah, sure enough, nice strong reaction. It's mainly made out of calcite. This also has some of the fractures in it. This is a really nice example of what we call an echelon fracture. So notice like there's one here, and then it steps, as you look at it, it steps upward, but also to the left to form another one. Then there's another and another. So this is what we call an echelon pattern, I suppose. These veins, each fracture is filled in with calcite here. And these can form under different stress conditions, could be extension. I think you can also get them with compression. Again, you'd want to make a full analysis here and not a 15-minute like we're doing here, kind of quick look. Let's go back up into the shade and take a look at the unit above. So here's the unit we just looked at down below. Our nice sharp contact has a little bit of red there. And then we have the rocks above it. Now further up, they look much more intact and competent, but as we come down through this unit, it looks like towards the bottom, it gets a lot more of these calcite veins, and it looks like it gets a lot more beat up, like it's a little bit more crumbly perhaps, although it's pretty well cemented together, but it's more fractured, right? As you get down close to this contact. It looks also like a limestone, but we'll go ahead and check that here. Yeah, another strong reaction with the acid. Try another spot here. Yeah, so more carbonate material. Now here's something interesting. Look at the I said it looked kind of brecciated. Now maybe you can see what I was looking at before. This is a little better example of it. You can see the rocks really busted up into little pieces. So there's little chunks of this limestone, this carbonate, that's been broken up. And yet as we look up, as far as I can tell without climbing up there, it looks like it's less brecciated. So the base of this limestone, I'm seeing fractures cutting through the rock. I'm seeing more brecciation, more fragmentation and breaking of this limestone unit. I see more of the calcite veins cutting through it. And then I have this nice sharp contact right here with the underlying unit, which is again another limestone, but a different one. You can see there's a bit of a difference between these two in how they're weathering out. You know, and we'd want to, if we were really doing some work here, we might want to go across the creek here and see if that cliff forming unit and the more reddish soft material beneath it, if that matches up with what we're seeing here. Pretty awesome. It's a good spot. So we know there's faults here. We saw a smaller one down by the road. That fault was high angle. Remember how it was cutting across the road cut, not vertically, but at a fairly high angle with respect to the road cut. I suspect my geologic spidey senses, based on my observations, are telling me that this sharp contact here between these units is a fault. Now in Nevada it can be tricky because this is obviously a very low angle fault. It's more or less parallel to bedding. So it could be either a thrust fault where these rocks on top have been shoved over to the east, these rocks below. So these rocks would be just sitting here. Let's not have these move at all. And then the rocks above, let me switch hands here, have been moved up and over to the right. So that's a possibility, and that would be during the severe orogeny. Or because
No.
we have basin and range extension, the other option is that in the basin and range, you get a lot of what are called detachment faults, which are low angle extensional faults. So now instead of this top unit moving up and to the right, imagine it's sliding off to the left. So this bottom unit would move up to the right, and the, sorry, a couple flies on me here. So this unit would move up and to the right, while this goes up, or excuse me, down and to the left. And so by doing that, that's extensional. And the early geologists that worked out here in the basin and range actually had a tricky time differentiating these thrust faults from these detachment faults. Without knowing the stratigraphy and without doing a little bit more research here, it's hard for me to know. I'm sure I could get back to the office and maybe look up some reports or maps of the area, but just winging it here, roadside style, your guess is probably as good as mine. So this surface then, I believe, is a fault surface where these rocks have slid in some direction or another on top of each other, with all the friction between the units that pulverized the rocks, fractured them. Later, fluids were able to move through those fractures and precipitate out mineral material that they carried in solution, usually, in this case mostly calcite. That's where we get the veins. We can also see these sort of secondary fractures that are partially filled in as well. And then the overlying unit we saw before is broken up into pieces. It was brecciated, right? We saw little pebbles where it's kind of torn up. It's a little hard to see here with all the weathering, but we did see that just over there. So pretty awesome. That might be good enough for this little roadside journey. So quick summary again, all sedimentary rocks, some shales and some limestones mainly. But we saw some differences in the limestone. We found a high angle fault, some small folds down on the road cut. And then just above the road cut here, we found this really nice fault exposure with these two dissimilar limestones juxtaposed against each other. So cool. Like, you just, random road cuts, right? You're likely to find something of interest for sure. So awesome. Hopefully that was
okay. I want them singing up already. Yes, the same questions. I had the same question. Some shaking. I don't know, is this earthquake shaking or wind shaking? Probably wind shaking. I'm more lean towards wind shaking, but might be earthquakes as well. But no, the magnitude is too low to shake as stuff.
YouTube community page.
Okay.
Now, if you're wondering what I am doing with all these samples, this is phase 1 of hopefully keeping the clients happy. These are offcuts from the actual slab of wood that their table is made from, and they are pretty familiar with Rubio Monocoat. They've been using it on their baseboards and their doors in their new house. So they chose 3 colors. I chose 2. I did the charcoal, which is what you see there, and then just the pure natural color is kind of a control. I even had an old epoxy serving board that I did in 2 colors, so I could show them the slate on the left, the charcoal on the right, and all of these different colors here, so they can look at it in their space, see how it reacts with the light, and what this table is actually going to look like. If I could outsource one job, this would be it, the slab cleanup process. It is absolutely miserable. I have to get down on my hands and knees, I get stuff flying up in my face, I end up just filthy. Generally takes me almost a whole day. It is a genuinely unpleasant process, but it is something that is really, really critical. And if you don't get these cleaned up properly, that epoxy bond could be compromised and your table could come apart down the road, which is basically my nightmare. Having a table in Florida come apart and have the client ask me, what are we supposed to do? To remove all the bark, rot, strands, and just dirt from these slabs, I use a number of different tools. I really do like the angle grinder, but it's not great at getting down into those tight spots. I have these nylon attachments for my drill, but they're kind of a lighter duty and better for kind of the non-marring bark removal of like a nice clean edge that you want to leave exposed. And sometimes the best thing is really just to remove some wood, and that's what I'm doing here. Is I got my die grinder, I got this little cut-saw burr on there, and I am physically removing that outer layer because I couldn't get any other tool to get down in there, get it cleaned up, and careful there, by the way. And using the die grinder, and here I'm switching over to the sphere, I can actually carve away the wood, and that's because I couldn't remove this with any of the other tools, and this is going to ensure it's just a perfect epoxy to wood bond. No bark, no rot, no anything like that getting in the way of an absolutely perfect, timeless bond. I'm told a lot of people watch my videos because they just want to zone out and watch something come together. They tell me they're not a woodworker, they don't want to make a table, they just want to zone out, maybe even fall asleep while watching something come together, which I actually think is super cool and I'm honored by that. But there are people out there that watch my videos because they want to learn how to make these epoxy tables, and the only problem with the YouTube format is that I have to make it super interesting for the entire time. I have to cut out things that are generally important to the epoxy table making process because people will click off it if I leave it in a normal video. So I finally made a virtual epoxy workshop that's like 3.5 hours long, has everything you need in there to make your own wood and epoxy table. Step-by-step guide, there's PDF guide, there's buying sheets so you can know which products to buy. Everything is in there, nothing is left out, and I will leave a link in the video description if you want some more information on that virtual epoxy workshop. One thing I'm not going to forget this time, these little PVC rollers, so we'll see how well these work. Oh, if you're wondering what that was, on the way back from getting the slab surfaced, I had the rollers in there, I had one tie-down strap, and I wasn't used to how well those rollers can move a slab around, and the slab almost fell all the way out of my truck, and I wanted to get better footage of it, but I also didn't want to go full influencers in the wild and have a tripod set up there with me stopping traffic in the highway with a slab behind my truck. So that was one lesson learned: use more than one tie-down. After I sealed every crack, crevasse, top, bottom, and sides, I was ready to start building the form. And this table is going to be bigger than a 4x8 sheet of melamine, which isn't a big deal. And I know there's always people that comment that say that you can buy larger sheets of melamine. I don't have any close to me, and this is actually a really easy way to do it. So what I do, I take that 4x8 sheet of melamine and I just added about 1.5 feet to it, put a little bit of caulk in between, and then some of this Tyvek tape on top just to be safe. When I work alone, which I guess is basically all the time, I sometimes like to build the form around the slab when I'm working with an oversized table like this. On a smaller table, I can build a form and then just drop that smaller slab directly in the middle of it, and it's not a problem. For a big slab like this, if I tried to build a form the exact size and drop it right down in the middle, there's a pretty good chance it would just break one of the sides off and give me all kinds of problems. So what I do here is I build two sides, apply my mold release, and then just kind of scooch the slab over. It does make adding the caulk a little bit more difficult because on the outer two pieces, you can really only caulk it on the outside, but in the end, I find that this system works really well. The attachment of the sides is pretty straightforward. I pretty much always use 4-inch pieces for the sides. This piece went on just as you would expect with a couple brad nails and some caulk. The next piece, though, I ended up scooting it right up against the wood since I didn't want to cut this 4x8 sheet of melamine. It saved me a little bit of work of having to rip off those 2 inches where I could just scoot that side up right next to the wood. And then I cut a piece in to fill that gap, and to make sure it didn't burst open during the epoxy pour, had this other piece of scrap that I used to overlap it for a little bit more strength. Epoxy is one of those sneaky products that you don't realize that is actually only made by a couple of manufacturers, and the manufacturer of this super clear epoxy is actually Super Clear Epoxy, or FGCI, which is written right there on the label. What you might not realize, though, is that FGCI actually makes the epoxy for a ton of different companies, and it doesn't mean it's the same epoxy going into each bottle because each company can give them their own formula that they want them to make. But what it does mean is that Super Clear Epoxy can make the best product at the most cost-effective price. And yes, they are a longtime supporter of my channel, so do your own research. But it's one of those kind of fun facts, like I didn't know the manufacturer of my new planer, Oliver, actually makes the planers for Grizzly and Shop Fox and Laguna and Powermatic. They're all made at that Oliver factory. So kind of a fun fact if you didn't know about the epoxy. I have probably mixed 1,000 gallons of epoxy, and this is the first time it ever occurred to me to get the bucket off the ground to straighten my spine out for the mixing process. And I don't accept responsibility for not knowing this. I blame you guys. You guys are always quick to point out all my safety shortcomings, telling me to put the rollers in the back of my truck. Somebody should have pointed this out to me years ago. This next bit is something that I've never actually done in an epoxy table build before. This was about a day later. You can see the epoxy is still really soft, but it's actually kind of slick and smooth. I waited maybe just a little bit too long. It's not sticky. So I took the plastic knife and I just went and I roughed it up a lot. And I wouldn't do this on a clear pour or a transparent pour, but since it's black, this is going to give it more surface, a better grip, and whether it's completely necessary or not probably doesn't really matter. But I thought I would just do it just to be safe and make sure I got a really, really good chemical bond from one layer to the next. I get a lot of questions about why do I do these pours in multiple layers sometimes and why do I do them in one layer another time, and it's not entirely obvious when you should and when you shouldn't if you don't have much experience with this. So if you don't know, epoxy heats up when it cures. So some people think that a 4-inch pour would take a really long time to cure. However, a 4-inch pour is going to generate a ton of heat and cure really, really quickly, whereas like a 1/2-inch pour is going to not generate much heat and cure very, very slowly. So I like to limit my pours to anywhere from 1 3/4 to 2.5 inches at the most. Anything over that, and I highly recommend doing in 2 pours. This time for the trip across town, I am still going to use the PVC rollers. I like the idea of those in theory, as long as I'm able to strap it in. So just to be safe, I'll add about 2 dozen or so ratchet straps to make sure this makes it all the way to Creative Woodworking. As long as I've been posting videos where I go up to this woodworking shop in Portland to rent time out on their big industrial tools, you guys have been asking me in the comments, how can I find a shop like that near my hometown? And for the longest time, I was like, call around a cabinet shop or use the Yellow Pages if those still exist. And finally, after enough people asked me and enough time went by, I got the bright idea of thinking, maybe there should be a website with all this information. And so I finally made that website. It's different than my regular website. It's called makerbook.io, and anybody can go on there, upload your space, big or small. You can classify it as a hobby shop, semi-professional, or professional. So you can rent time out, maybe pay for some of those tools. You can either use the tools yourself on the person's project, or it can be more of like a makerspace environment. And you should do your own research, get your own liability insurance, anything if you're going to have people using your tools. But I think it's a really cool resource to get more tools out there available to more people and really lower that cost of entry to start woodworking. Couple little bonus tips for you here is once you get your piece surfaced, it's nice and smooth. For the rest of the project, keep a piece of this styrofoam underneath it. You can get it from Home Depot for like 10 bucks a sheet. And that way when you're sliding it around, flipping it over, you won't put any dings or dents in it. And also this plastic wrap will really help minimize any warping that can happen when you're leaving it overnight and not working on it. Also, there's the sheet of melamine from the project. I can actually use that on another project, so it's not a total waste. It's not a one-time use product. One of the nice things about working from home, or at least 20 feet from home, is that I can work late, and I usually do, but one of the downsides to working when other businesses aren't is you can't go buy things from businesses, and that's what happened here. Is I was in the middle of that cut, and my vacuum started making a horrible noise, and opened it up, and that sack was about as hard as a sack of concrete because you could not wedge another speck of dust into it. And so I had to go my old school way of cleaning it out with my dust collector like I used to do when I was broke. And now I try to keep bags on hand, but for some reason this time I was out of bags. Ideally, when you're shopping slabs, you want a slab near the center of the tree, but not in the dead center of the tree. And it's not that you can't use them, but it has what you see there is called the pith, which is that little round circle, which is the heart of the tree. And that pith is prone to cracks and checks and other defects and other instabilities. So this one, as you can see there, had some resin filled up in those cracks, but I still wanted to add a little more stability to it. So I'm adding kind of a larger oversized bow tie, and just in the hopes of keeping that pith together a little bit tighter. As far as making and installing these bow ties, it's something that I actually enjoy, but it is pretty tedious. Each one takes me about 30 minutes to do, so time spent doing this means I can't be doing something else. And this last weekend I went to like a woodworking YouTuber conference in Atlanta, and if you're wondering, yes, there is a woodworking YouTuber conference, and my dad said, he goes, what was there, like 4 of you there? And apparently there's a few more than that, but one of the things that came up with a number of people is they use CNCs, and some people give them a hard time about it, just like people give me a hard time about everything else. But the only reason I don't use the CNC is because I'm too intimidated, because I don't know how to program it, I don't know how to run it, and I want to know what you guys think. If I had a CNC to knock these out pretty quick, would that take anything away from the video versus watching me do it by hand, or is the CNC just as cool as doing it by hand? I am probably like a lot of you out there who have small shops or small businesses in that we have a hard time letting go. It seems like nobody's going to care about your project as much as you care about it, and anytime somebody else gets their hands on it, something goes wrong. And this steel base is the opposite of that. I said a lot of things went wrong in this project, but this is something that I can just send to my guy in kind of southern-ish Oregon and know that it's going to come back perfect. He's a young guy, he's super busy, he doesn't probably need the work, and it's definitely not in my best interest to share his information because that means he's going to get too busy for me. but I think people should be rewarded when they do really good work. And it's not any type of trade. I pay him full price for everything, but his name is Bryson Steele. I'll include a link to his shop in the video description below because he really is that good. This is a trick that I came up with a couple years ago because I couldn't find a router bit big enough to cut these chamfers or chamfers or bevels or whatever you guys are going to mock me for saying it wrong. And what I do is I just overlap that track slightly and I run a 22-degree cut, which makes for a really interesting edge profile. And it is a lot more difficult than it looks because it's really hard to get all four sides lined up just perfectly. So what I actually just did was I ordered this comically oversized custom-made router bit that I don't even know that I have a router big enough to turn. So we'll see how that goes. I use a ton of this CA glue and activator to fill all the tiny little pits and imperfections in the wood and the epoxy. And the black stuff is pretty cool, but it's so thin that it tends to stain the wood, and the gel does a really good job of filling up these holes. So what I've started doing is actually start mixing them. And I don't know that you can mix every brand with every brand. And I think one of these is Starbond and one of the other ones is P2P, and they seem to mix fine. So if you want a little bit better way to fill these dark cracks and dark pits without staining the wood, you can try mixing it up. I mentioned in a past video that one of the best tools you can get to put out a better finished product is a wife with OCD, because she will come out and make you feel really, really bad about anything that is going to a customer that isn't perfect. And if you're trying to sell tables like this one that's $13,500, you kind of need that. And I'm not a very OCD person by nature, but having her there to look over my shoulder and make sure that I spend enough time filling all of the little imperfections is really, really critical. And at first it kind of stings, but I've met a lot of better woodworkers than me that put out really kind of marginal products, and it's things that I know they can fix, but they just don't for whatever reason. And the reason probably is that wife. And here's some more of those imperfections. I came back, noticed that they were really tiny, so I actually carve out a little bit of it, and that will allow that CA glue to fill up that gap instead of just sitting on top of that tiny little hole. And again, it's just one of those things that if you want to get the top dollar, get the most for your product, just make it as nice as you possibly can. I usually budget between 1 and 2 days to get all these imperfections filled and go through all my sanding progressions. And if you're curious, I generally start at 100 grit, go to 120, 150, 180, and then I put my finish on. And I get a lot of questions from people that ask, well, why don't I go from 100 to 180, or why don't I just start at 180? And that's kind of a longer, more boring conversation, but the short answer is that's how the sandpaper is designed to be used. It's supposed to go up by those grit increments. Also, I get questions, people ask, why don't I go to 400 grit, or why don't I go to 1,000 or 4,000 grit? And the short answer is you get better protection with this particular finish, leaving it at those lower grits. If you use this on like a floor, for example, they recommend leaving it at like 100 to 120 grit. Now, you might think that this looks a little shocking, and this is Rubio Monaco. This is one of their colors. I've never used one of their colors on a full-size table before, and yes, it does look like black paint right now, and I was a little nervous. I was glad that I did those samples because those gave me a much better idea what to expect. So I knew it wasn't going to look like black paint like it looks right here, but I will admit I was slightly nervous at this point. When I was making those samples, I tried a number of different methods to get the desired look that we wanted, and the look that we liked best was achieved by letting this finish sit for a day or two, coming back, sanding with a maroon pad like I do normally with my tables, and then we add 1 coat of the Rubio Pure, and this Pure is just the natural, no colors, no dyes, no stains added. What this does was it leaves the color, the look that we like, but brings out that natural grain and really just completely evens out the sheen. I mentioned earlier how hard it is for me to relinquish control, and I wish I could take this from the slab to their living room without having to use anybody else. And a couple problems with that is I am, first off, not strong enough to move this table on my own. Second off, these particular clients are in Florida, so that means I got to ship it, which I usually have to ship, and it's something that's always really stressful. So I build an absolute world-class crate. I might not be a world-class woodworker, but I build world-class crates, and the styrofoam foam is something that I have really become fond of, and you can actually cut it with a table saw, but there is one potential problem. Anybody know what happened? And if you own a saw stop, there's a decent chance you've seen this before, and if you don't know, a saw stop is a table saw that won't cut you, and so if as soon as it senses conductivity, whether that's your finger or apparently a piece of foil on an insulation board, it'll stop. All right, I hope you guys appreciate what I do for you, and I intentionally triggered this saw stop to show you just how this cartridge works. And if you actually believe that, you are a really, really true fan. But if you're curious, here's what we got. We got this little aluminum cartridge, and as soon as it senses anything conductive like your finger, it triggers and stops the blade basically instantly. And I don't know actually why it triggered on part of the foam board and not other parts, so maybe someone out there is smart enough to leave me a comment. But sometimes the blade is lost. This one I bet we'll be able to salvage. I'll have to take it to my sharpening service, get it straightened, get it resharpened, maybe replace a tooth or two, replace the cartridge, like 80 bucks. So all in all, kind of a bummer, but lesson learned. The first house I ever bought was a foreclosure down in Texas, and it was a disaster. Everything was wrong with it, but it was $92,000, so I'm not sure what I should really be expecting. And I had some plumbing problems. I had 2 different plumbers show up to look at a job, and both of them just looked at it and said, nope, I'm not doing it, not for any amount of money. And finally got a 3rd plumber, and he just looked at it and just goes, yeah, no problem. And I was surprised, and I said, isn't this a big pain? And he goes, yeah, everything I do is a pain. And I really like that, and that's the attitude I try to model myself after, which is easier said than done. But if you can just accept that this is the job, we're gonna have things that go wrong. Yes, it's 90 bucks. Yes, it's a blade. Yes, it slowed me down. This happened on a weekend. I couldn't get a new cartridge till Monday. But everything we do is a pain. It will make you feel so much better. You won't feel bad for yourself, and you can just concentrate on the work. You might be starting to wonder how I'm going to get this giant crate out of my little shop, and that's a very, very fair concern, and this could end up being one of those Winnie the Pooh situations where it gets too big and then can't actually get out. And I did just buy a full-size forklift, and by that I mean a pretty much the smallest forklift you can buy because it's all I could afford, and it's a 1994 Yale forklift that I've got these big forklift extensions for, so I actually, again, at this point, don't even know if it will get it out of the shop. I ordered these giant fork extensions from an online company that I'd never used before, and I'm so lazy these days that if someone doesn't have Apple checkout, I almost always just leave because I hate forms that much. But this supplier was by far the best price and even had same-day shipping, so I went ahead. And I had been using RoboForm for a little while up to this point, but this was the first real-world test. I was able to input the identity I had previously created, generate a secure password, and make payment in just a few seconds. Now that login information and payment info is saved on my different desktop browsers, my PC laptop, and my iPhone. It's everything that Chrome and Apple try to do, but it works across platforms every time. Not only that, but they've been around for over 20 years, have one owner, so no shareholders to answer to, own their own servers, which is probably why they've never been hacked as well, all for about $2 a month, or 30% off that if you click the link in the video description. There are always a lot of really good questions in the comments about these builds, and I try to think of those in advance so you can answer them in the video, but I'm going to do something a little bit different. And this video, I'm working on a blog just to tell the story about it because it's been like a year and a half in the process of making this table. So if there's a frequent question that keeps coming up, I'll make sure to include that in the blog. I'll also try to answer it in the comments. And if you want to know what this looked like side by side with the previous kind of sister slab to this table, there it is. One of them very red. The other one kind of looks purple-ish in this camera, which doesn't look so much like that in person. But in the end, I would love to know what you guys think. And I always try to give a little bit of credit to people who make it all the way to the end of the video. So start your question with either better or worse to let me know what you think of this.
Okay.
John Cena surprising fans.
Definitely a tiger because he has the eye of the tiger.
He does have the eye of the tiger.
Are you sure about that?
What's your name?
Toby.
Oh, what you got in your bag, bud?
I have John Cena.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, this is
Lol.
Cam with Blacktail Studio, and
You make a table from jeans. Lol.
this week I try to take over 1,000 square feet of denim, 20 gallons of epoxy, most of which ends up on my floor, and turn it into one of the coolest things I've ever built. And in the end, I give it away to a viewer.
What, really?
So there's a guy that makes denim into sunglasses with epoxy.
Okay. Yeah, just look like a smartphone. Really, look like a smartphone.
Link to the N3 Nano and all the information on that in the video description. Shaheen saved the last few stitches so he could get some.
The Australian Shepherd is one of my favorite breeds, and you may have assumed that that is what Butters is. But she's actually considered a mini American Shepherd. The true soulmate of the American Shepherd comes with 4 hooves, and they weigh up to 1,200 pounds. That's right, these dogs absolutely adore their horse companions. Although a bit nervous, she is fairly confident and understanding of the process. Obviously, one of the most adorable things about Australian Shepherds or American Shepherds are their wiggle butts. Something tells me that cute little face lets her get away with just about anything. The Australian Shepherd.
Yeah.
To me, and I'll share that with you today and just help verify some of the stuff I was hearing through the grapevine and secondhand. So let's get right to it. The most significant development in the last 24 hours or so is that sulfur dioxide, a volcanic gas, has been detected in and around Grindavik, elevated levels, so above what we typically see as a background level. It's not a high level of sulfur dioxide, but it's high enough that it warrants caution. In fact, the measurement and the detection of that sulfuric gas today, around 3 o'clock in Iceland, it's about 4 hours or so ago, actually warranted an evacuation. They had some of the residents back in town. They were able to collect some of their things and visit their homes briefly. But once they detected those sulfur dioxide levels, that sounded the alarm. I guess the ship, the Coast Guard ship, out in the water near the town actually triggered a whistle or some sort of alarm that let people know that they needed to get out. Not instantaneously, but they needed to quickly grab their things and get out within the next few minutes. And so that's pretty significant. The detection of sulfur dioxide at the location of the town in Grindavik indicates that we now have a pretty clear connection system from the magma to the surface. And so what that indicates to me is 2 things. One, that the magma is close to the surface. What is close? Definitely within a kilometer, which the models had already hinted at before. All the data we were getting from the Icelandic Met Office was that it was maybe about 800 meters down. But again, that was based on modeling and indirect data. Now I would say this is more direct information. The detection of that sulfur dioxide at the surface indicates that the magma is quite close to the surface, maybe as much as half of a kilometer down or so. And so it's much closer than it would be otherwise. And so what that also means is that that there's a fracture system, a network of fractures that are connecting the ground to that degassing magma body in the subsurface. So it's significant. It doesn't necessarily mean that an eruption is more likely to occur anytime sooner than what we were thinking, but it's definitely still trending in the direction of an eruption being pretty likely in the near future within the next few days. So for a lot of you, I know it's difficult, and it's especially difficult for those there in Iceland and constantly just thinking about them, and hopefully they understand that a lot of people in the rest of the world are also monitoring the situation and wish them the best. But it's a tricky
Okay.
situation because they
Все, пришла зима, лапочки греем. Как в старые добрые времена. Все, пришла зима, лапочки греем.
Ouch. Hey, I'm on your side. My uncle owns a cloud factory. He's allergic to rainbows. I'm thinking of starting a business selling rubber ducks, but only the purple ones. Be seeing you. Goodbye. Sorry, can't talk right now. I'm very busy.
Really funny.
I used to always look up like girls kissing. Oh my god, a memory just surfaced from the deepest depths of my mind. I had like a 9-inch Toshiba laptop, and I learned how to torrent. I learned what all the numbers and the codes meant, like whenever I looked in the comments and I remember I needed my dad to help me fill out a FAFSA, and I was like, Dad, can you help me like fill out your information? I don't remember it. And he's like, okay. So I opened my laptop and I shut it immediately in like 0.1 second because the only thing you could see was just like full screen someone's butthole. Oh, wait, look at that bro. And he was like, what? I was like, oh, nothing, sorry. I just, hold on, I'll be right back. I used to always look up like girls kissing. Oh my god, a memory just...
Okay, you got your left blinker on. That arrow says that way. That arrow says that way.
Going full moron. Never go full moron.
Maybe put your blinker on there. And then the guy would know, and I would know. We would all know. You know how arrows work, right? You know how arrows work? Do they have arrows?
Why he can go only straight and Right. Why he can't turn left? What prohibit? Why prohibited? Maybe I will ignore it too. Just why? What's the problem here?
Rose in Pennsylvania? Yeah, there's 35 people behind me now because we could all turn, but you're in the wrong. You're in the wrong lane there, homie.
Ah, wrong lane. That's a different story. Let's hold he can't even turn at all on that direction.
Yeah, Porsche, that was red on the head like a dick on a dog. Jeez, you're going out now? Why don't you at least wait till the fucking car to pass? Yeah, nice move, PA. Oh, boy. Okay, you got your...
Max Verstappen does something really weird with his feet when driving. Look, that. I've noticed that when he gets on the throttle and reaches 100%, he twitches. But why? He even did it in his karting years. Just look closely at his foot right here. So what exactly is he doing? So when applying the throttle, you have to be very delicate and smooth. And sometimes it can take a second or two from when you start applying the throttle to getting to 100%. And when doing that smooth application in a car, your foot can slide across the pedal, especially in the cockpit of some of the lower formulas. So when he's on a straight, it gives him time to make sure his feet are positioned exactly right. Now he's in a sim here, but it seems to be a habit that's baked in from years and years of driving. And by the looks of things, he can't stop doing it. And that's why Max Verstappen does something really...
Mm-hmm. Okay. Some music. Okay. Let's watch some.
The world has seen many creatures come
Let's learn something more.
and go, and this includes some that have only just left us recently. While alive, many of these animals sadly went underappreciated by people. It was only after these animals have disappeared that people realize how fascinating they truly were. And when an animal goes extinct, their last photos instantly turn into haunting memories of the eternal doom that awaited them. But it's sometimes forgotten that the last photo of an animal doesn't mean it went extinct just then, as many sightings of doomed animals have occurred after the last known photos. These sightings are perhaps even more somber than photos, as they represent the last time a human has ever laid eyes on a particular creature. And this is 4 famous extinct animals and their last recorded sightings. The first animal on the list is one that has gained much popularity in recent times, and for good reason at that, as it was a magnificent creature. This is the Barbary lion. This feline was also known as the North African lion or the Egyptian lion and inhabited the mountains and deserts of the Maghreb, from Egypt to Morocco. Hunters of this lion claim that they were the largest of all lions and possessed long manes that were of unique colors not seen in the manes of other lions. It is believed that they first emerged roughly 100,000 years ago and were extremely successful for the duration of that time period, only beginning to experience trouble after firearms and bounties for it started to spread in the regions where it lived. Very quickly, the hunting of the lion began to take a toll, and by the 1890s, only 26 years after it was officially recorded, its population had been decimated and sightings became very scarce. On top of this, when sightings were made, it was now usually only of a lone individual. A grim sign, as before almost all sightings involved groups. And just some 35 years later, in 1925, the last recorded photo of a wild Barbary lion was taken. Sadly, even then, hunting still took place, which unfortunately also included successful hunts. Yet, eventually the hunting of the animal abruptly ended when in 1942, the last known Moroccan Barbary lion was killed. After which, of course, none other would ever be hunted. This individual was shot by a French colonial hunter who had tracked the lion along a pass in Morocco's high Atlas Mountains. For many, this day marked the official last sighting of the lion.
I hope they just hiding good right now. High into mountains. I really hope it.
However, the last time a human would ever lay eyes on the giant feline took place over 10 years later, in 1956, when several people on a bus saw a great lion just north of the town of Sétif in Algeria. The lion was said to have watched the humans for a while before disappearing into a forested area. A forest that was sadly destroyed not long after during the French-Algerian War, likely killing the lion. Fortunately, some 80 to 100 Barbary lions still live in captivity around the world. The only problem is, no one knows if they are really true Barbary lions, as no wild one can be tested for comparison. While debate on if the Barbary lion lives on remains, there is no debate that this next animal, the dodo, is gone for good. The dodo has become an icon of extinction, and has made various appearances in pop culture. It was a flightless bird that was endemic to the island of Mauritius, and belonged to the Columbidae family, which includes doves and pigeons. Very little is known about its behavior, but from what reports remain, scientists deduced that it preferred woodland areas and feasted on fallen fruits, nuts, seeds, bulbs, roots, and possibly shellfish. The earliest known accounts of the dodo were given by the Dutch in 1598 and were quite mundane, as those who made them were starved sailors that were only interested in the plumpness of the dodo, not the fact that it had never been seen before. They remarked that the dodo was fearless of humans and was easy to catch, yet sported a beak which could administer fierce bites. And because it was quite large, it soon became a staple for sailors and introduced invasive animals, which included dogs, pigs, cats, rats, and macaques. The introduction of these animals was even more detrimental to the dodo population than human hunting, and its population began to rapidly decline. Research has also shown that a series of flash floods added to its losses. To add fuel to the fire, their wooded habitats were also destroyed as well when people who came to the island destroyed them in order to build settlements. On top of that, live specimens were also exported abroad. What's interesting, however, is that as this was taking place and dodo numbers were declining, no one really took notice, and eventually they practically disappeared. As far as scientists know, the last time anyone for sure saw a dodo was in 1662, less than 100 years after Europeans reached the island. The sighting was made from stranded sailors, who remarked about the strange flightless birds that did not fear them and in fact followed them around. The sailors soon noticed that these birds could not fly, but were difficult to catch thanks to their surprising speed. But eventually they caught one, which provided more than enough food. But to their surprise, the dodo made a great noise upon capture, after which the other dodos came forth as to help, but were then made prisoners themselves and subsequently killed. It's honestly quite sad that the last sighted dodos were killed so nonchalantly. And unfortunately, this somber tone towards the dodo may have continued even after its official extinction date, as the only reliable, yet unconfirmed sightings that followed came from the governor of the island, who maintained that he continued hunting dodos for multiple years until 1688, after which he never encountered them again, nor has anyone else, for that matter. Unfortunately, the dodo's calm manner towards humans did them no favor, and the same could be said for Steller's sea cow, an extinct Sirenian described by George Steller in 1741. At the time, its range was limited around the Commander Islands of the Bering Sea between Alaska and Russia. But during the Pleistocene, its habitat was much more widespread, extending to the North Pacific. It was a giant animal, being the largest Sirenian ever, but was also truly a gentle giant, as described by Steller, who noted it as a docile social creature that fed on kelp, lived in small families, and communicated by using sighs and snorting sounds. Unfortunately, this gentleness was taken for granted by Steller and his crew, and it did not help that the sea cow was extremely slow and could not fully submerge due to its buoyancy, making it quite the easy target. And this proved to sadly be the case, with the crew successfully hunting one just a day after discovering it. Eventually, Steller told others of his discovery, and after the area became more well-traveled by sailors, it became quite common for fur traders and seal hunters to butcher the animals in masses. This was a huge problem, as the Steller sea cow's population was already abysmal at the time of its finding, with an estimated population size of only 2,000 individuals. Thus, it didn't take long for hunting to completely destroy the remaining sea cow population, and only 27 years after it was officially discovered, it went extinct, with the last official recorded sighting taking place in 1768 when hunters spotted a lone individual in deep water. When seen, it was swimming the opposite direction that the sailor's boat was traveling, but when they turned around it had vanished, and none were ever seen again, or at least officially. As nearly 200 years later, in 1963, the official journal of the USSR announced an unconfirmed yet highly likely sighting. The article stated that a whaling
I hope they just hide good right now. That's why
ship had reported a group of large marine mammals grazing on seaweed in shallow water off of Kamchatka. The crew reported seeing 6 of these animals, ranging from 6 to 8 meters or 20 to 26 feet, with trunks and split lips that swam very slowly. They claimed to have seen them from 100 meters or 300 feet away. But the very next day, they again encountered the creatures, but this time they were closer and grazing on kelp, a known food of the sea cow. This made their sighting quite compelling, with the only contradiction being that they stated that the animals would regularly submerge, which goes against traditional claims that the sea cow could not go fully underwater. After this encounter, the ship went on its way, and sadly since then, no major sighting or that of any merit has been made. In the case of the Steller sea cow, it definitely did not help that so few remained at the time of discovery. But as our next animal, the great auk, shows, sometimes numbers don't make a difference. This was another species of flightless bird
Look at
on
penguin.
rocky remote islands that had easy access to water and plentiful food. When not breeding, the great auk spent most of its time foraging the waters of the North Atlantic, ranging from northern Spain
basically Nordic penguins.
to the coastlines of Canada, Greenland, Iceland, Norway, Ireland, Great Britain.
So Arctic was having their own penguins.
France, the Iberian Peninsula, and the Faroe Islands. Many describe this bird as being very similar in appearance to penguins, yet the two weren't closely related, with the great auk belonging to the alcid family. Unlike many animals on this list, this bird actually had a long-established relationship with Europe, and coexisted rather peacefully, only being occasionally killed by hunters who described the bird as being rarely frightened, an excellent swimmer, and fish eater. It wasn't until the 18th century that the slaughter of the great auk picked up steam, when pillow industries realized that their down feathers made good stuffing for pillows. This exponentially increased the amount of auks that were hunted, which at the time were numbered in the low millions. As demand for their feathers increased, so did demand for their meat, oil, and eggs. It also didn't help that sailors used breeding grounds as makeshift landmarks for navigation, thus increasing interactions between themselves and the bird. And by the early 1800s, people began noticing the increasing rarity of this bird, which had once been a common sight. Its newfound rareness actually proved to be more harmful to this majestic creature, as museums started funding people to capture and kill auks so their bodies could be preserved and studied. This all proved too much, and in 1830 only one place in the world was known to harbor them, the Great Auk Rock of Iceland. Yet, even here was not safe, as a subsequent volcanic eruption submerged the island and the survivors had to flee to a lonely even smaller rock known as Eldey. It was here in 1844 that humanity for the last time would lay its hands on a great auk, when 2 hired hunters butchered a male and female and destroyed their eggs. The hunters, without emotion, stated that the birds struggled as they were strangled, but they made no cries. However, this wouldn't be the last time a great auk was seen, as 8 years later during Christmas, a highly decorated ornithologist, Henry Drummond, made what would be known as the last confirmed sighting of a great auk. He recounted that while on his ship, he spotted a lone bird that he was confident to be a great auk along the banks of Newfoundland. It was aimlessly wandering along the shores, perhaps looking for a mate, not understanding that it may have been the very last of its kind. Drummond states that the bird very quickly began to become smaller and smaller as the ship moved faster, until it finally disappeared forever from humanity's gaze. If you enjoyed this video, please consider liking.
Basically, some humans don't have the heart in them.
The fennec fox is the smallest fox with the biggest ears found in the Sahara of North Africa. Fennec foxes are one of the most adorable fox species. They have a soft coat and pale fur that helps them to blend in with their desert surroundings. Apart from that, their nocturnal habits help them deal with the searing heat of the desert environment. Their distinctive bat-like ears radiate body heat, help keep the foxes cool. They also have long, thick hair that insulates them during cold nights and protects them from the hot sun during the day. Plus, even the fox's feet are hairy. This helps them perform like snowshoes and protects them from the extremely hot sand. The fox's feet are also effective shovels for frequent digging due to the fact that fennec foxes live in underground dens. Fennec foxes have a diet that consists almost entirely of insects, and they use their sharp hearing to locate prey.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet.
Officer Pavlakis?
Cold distress yet? Well, what? What's...
I want to thank you for your service and thank you for pulling me over, okay? Anytime. Okay, you can pull me over again. I'm going to make sure the taillight is out again, okay?
Huh.
Cold.
Brain freeze. Lol. Hedgehog. What? Hedgehog implodes.
This restaurant employee accidentally kicked a customer in the head with a pumpkin.
Boom. Ooh.
This thief stole a car, but a forklift driver caught him and trapped him in the air until police arrived.
Lol. Nice. Nah,
For some reason,
why are you mad? Yes, here. I hope they are right.
a deer and a mountain lion were seen walking together in the woods.
Lol. Sometimes it happens. Nice to see.
Would you punch me in the face for $1 billion?
Yeah.
You would punch me.
Yeah, you'd get over it too.
A YouTuber painted a car with the
Punch for $1 billion. $1 billion. It's a big money. So of course.
blackest paint in the world and now looks like really bad CGI.
Yes. Cool.
She used her parrot to pull out a loose tooth.
She got it! Oh my god!
Lol. Good point, part didn't eat it. Because it might be the problems. Cause the problems. There's cat instead.
This pigeon was hurt.
I hope his theory is fine, eyes.
They spent months nursing it back to full health. They were finally ready to release it back into the wild.
Pigeon? Don't? Now you have pet pigeon. Upside down car. Interesting. Wow.
For some reason, this dog is glowing.
Russian language.
Смотри, светится, собака светится.
Glowing dog. He glows. Pow!
So I guess cats are solar powered.
Review
That is the
will
end
do
of
the
this video,
same.
or we hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Is there
Minus
anything
thanks.
as thrilling
Down.
and intense as accidents with vehicles? Only when those vehicles are enormous. Today, we'll see some incredible van rollovers, graceful stunts with heavy construction machinery, and other mind-blowing moments featuring colossal transport. Let's get it on. Can a train derail while parked? These guys proved that it can.
Sometimes. Forklift. Stuff happens. Yeah. Technical failure.
Yeah, it was a monumental failure. But at least we got to witness this incredible acrobatic move.
Yeah. That's just some stunts. Also done that up on purpose. Basically, oh yeah. What is
Just
it so?
enjoying watching a couple dozen tons go under the ice.
Yes. House filing.
Seems like the crane operator should take the word precise off his resume.
Oh. If you also tell.
Clearly, the attempt to tow the excavator didn't go as expected.
Back again. Second round. Okay.
I got a
Got it.
feeling that this is his first and last day on the job.
Okay.
Puppy! Whoa, that was such a good wahoo. You got mail.
Oh, you want a snack? All right.
Brilliant dog.
Puppy!
Cuteness.
Whoa, that was such a good wahoo. You got mail.
Oh, you want a snack?
Okay. Wait a minute.
This is definitely the strange.
Puppy!
Yes, the dog looks like potato. Okay.
This is definitely the strangest dog I've ever worked on. This is Kobe, the golden retriever, not the basketball player. He has a lot of quirks, we'll say, and this is me contemplating about what's about to happen. Kobe is always really good for the bath, so I gave him some waves. And I used de-shedding shampoo and conditioner because even though he's not the hairiest golden retriever, he was a pretty hairy golden retriever. So it's always important to use protection so you don't breathe in all that hair. And then me and Kobe fought for who's gonna do the other one's nails. Kobe knows how to use his paws, and he knows how to use them well, unfortunately. I say unfortunately because they were never used for good. He still has his family jewels, and so he's very interested in other dogs and other smells. And holding his face to scissor his chest was being on like a mechanical bull ride. I was being tossed around, gripped onto, and thrown into another dimension. When he finally started to lay down and accept that he won the one-sided boxing match, he decided to treat himself to my table mat, and hey, I'll take that over paws into my nose. He really is so adorable. He just has to stop his impulsive thoughts from controlling him, and same. But anyways, bye Kobe. This is definitely...
What are you doing?
Experiment.
That's freaky.
I'll say.
What's that?
It's a triangle. Checking the angles.
Why do you want to check the angles?
These are all very heads-up questions, honey. Does this wall look right to you?
It looks like a wall to me.
Can't tell from in here.
What are you looking for?
I don't know. Hang on tight, honey.
Okay.
Don't let go.
Okay.
26 feet. Hold on tight.
Okay.
21. Are you at the corner?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
You can let go.
What did it say?
It says this room 5 feet longer on the inside than it is on the outside.
How does that work?
It doesn't. Ella? Ella? Something on the move for hide and seek. Ella, I give up, honey. Okay, Ella, it's not funny. Come out, please.
Papa? Papa?
Ella?
What are you doing?
What's wrong with this house? Hey. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Don't freak out, but there is definitely someone inside of my car. I mean, yeah, I looked everywhere, but I keep hearing a water bottle slosh around. This one's unsloshable. I threw one earlier. It might have been that. I'm not filming for entertainment. I'm filming so they know I know they're there. So they stop doing what I think they're gonna try to do. Why are you in here? Why would you hide in a Prius? If I look into my rear view and see eyeballs, I'm rear-ending a wall. I'm either paranoid. I'm so sore from working out so much. It almost hurts when I punch someone. Are you hungry?
Mm-hmm.
Every now and then, F1 organisers throw a spanner in the works, and we typically get a very unusual Grand Prix. And that's likely to be true for the first race on the new circuit in Las Vegas.
Okay.
It's fast, it's a street track, and the race starts at 10 p.m. local time. But the biggest challenge for the teams is that at that time, it's going to be cold. Really cold. So why is the drastically colder than usual temperature such an issue? What are the teams and drivers going to do about it, and are we going to see an incredibly chaotic race? Formula One cars don't really work well at cold temperatures. Now this could be counterintuitive. You might notice that all of the fastest laps at your local kart track were set in the evening or at night. But in F1, the power units, and in particular the tyres, just aren't made to work when temperatures are below about 15 degrees Celsius. And you might ask why? Well, the vast majority of the season is within a fairly tight temperature band. Within
Bahrain. Saudi Arabia.
in the mid to high 20 degrees Celsius range, and it has been for a while.
زوز قطعك من البحرين. الزريس بحرين.
And remember, F1 cars are trying to extract the most performance, not just work in any conditions like your road car. Where road tyres have a very wide set of operating conditions, Formula 1 cars don't. And F1 cars are made to be driven hard and deal with all the forces associated with that. On a side note, they also don't like being driven slowly. Just think back to when Richard Hammond drove that Renault F1. His main problem was that he wasn't keeping the tyres warm, making the car very difficult to drive. And at this race, it could be a similar situation. Anyway, back to Vegas. The average temperature in the middle of the day is 21 degrees Celsius, spot on for an F1 car. But qualifying in Vegas is at midnight local time, and the race is at 10 p.m. These cars could be seeing temperatures of around 5 degrees Celsius. So it's going to be the coldest race of the season, and perhaps ever. Now, teams do sometimes run their cars in colder conditions. Think pre-season testing in Barcelona, where the daily low is 4 degrees, but the high is 16. And of course, at winter testing, the cars run in the daytime. And remember, this is an open pit lane test. So when it's cold, the teams just have the choice to wait for it to warm up. And this is very different to having to run 100% pace at midnight for quali and 10 p.m. for the race. So what are F1 cars like to drive in cold conditions? Well, I've actually driven a few F1 cars during the winter time in the UK, particularly at the Donington Park circuit, where temperatures have been in the mid-single digits. And I can tell you, it's not that nice. First off, there's just very little grip, which is pretty obvious, as the tyres are miles outside their operating temperature. However, while the low grip means you have to be more delicate on the brakes in the corner and under acceleration, you do get used to it quite quickly. But the most difficult thing as a driver is not the low grip. It's how quickly and unpredictably the car breaks away, particularly when you're in a quick corner. One of the main skills needed to drive a race car quickly is to predict how much grip a car has and how it's going to behave when you reach the limit. And when it's properly cold, that predictability reduces dramatically. So imagine you're heading into a high-speed corner. You turn the car in and the car gives you good feedback. It's going to accept the rate of turning you've asked for. But then mid-corner, bang, it breaks away really quickly. As a driver, a surprise like this is really bad. A surprise means we've not predicted the cornering speed properly. A surprise means that rather than expecting a slide and adjusting slightly, we're having to react to it. And there's a big difference between the two. Reacting and catching a slide is not only slow in terms of losing time, but also dramatically increases our chances of going off. Something we don't want at the best of times, let alone on a high-speed street circuit. So what does that really mean to the drivers? Well, it means that the difference between the good and the great drivers is going to be larger than normal. The merely good drivers will have to be more cautious, run a little bit below the limit in more challenging corners, and not run as close to the walls. And this, of course, costs you lap time. The great drivers, however, will feel more comfortable to take risks, although in their mind they'll just be driving quickly. So the field spread in terms of skill will likely be larger. However, the Vegas circuit doesn't actually have too many corners, so that'll probably bring the spread back down to normal. So from a driving perspective, I expect the weekend to be interesting and potentially quite chaotic. However, think back to the first year in Baku when everyone was predicting loads of safety cars, and in that first race, there were none. So I might be wrong. They did more than make up for it after that first year in Baku. And it's not just the temperatures that are going to make things challenging for the drivers. This is a new circuit on a new surface. Granted, it's not a 2-week-old surface like we saw in Turkey during 2020, which Lewis said was with a capital S. But it is completely green. No race car has ever been on it. And there are no support races in Vegas either, meaning there's no one to help clean up and rubber in the circuit. Those first few practice sessions are going to be incredibly slippery. Then there's the track layout itself. Basically, there aren't many corners, and there's a 1.9 kilometer straight. Fewer corners means less load on the tires, and so less tire temperature. Fewer braking zones means less load on the tires, less brake temperature, and so less tyre temperature. And longer straights means that the tyres aren't working all that hard, and so less tyre temperature. And with that long straight, teams are going to be running a low downforce setup, which means less tyre temperature. So if you're a tyre, it's safe to say you're going to be struggling to get warm. In an interview, Nico Hülkenberg said, when you go out in those kinds of track temperatures, it's tricky. It's going to be different. It's going to be challenging in a different way. Instead of keeping the tyres cool, you'll have to do something to switch it on. So, will the tyres even be able to get warm enough? Or will the drivers be slithering across the circuit like we saw in Turkey in 2020? Well, obviously the teams know it's likely to be cold, and so will have explored solutions. And also, when you actually check the weather for the race weekend, it doesn't look like it's going to be too bad. But what might be really challenging is how long it takes you to get the tyres up to temperature. Alex Albon said that he expected to need 3 or 4 laps of tyre preparation before starting a flying lap. So you'll likely see the drivers trying to put temperature into the tyres gradually. If they push too hard too soon, they'll overheat only the surface of the tyre, not the entire core, and so we'll get cold graining on the surface. So 3 or 4 laps during qualifying to get up to temperature, whilst not great, is not the end of the world. But a big problem could be during the race. If there's a safety car or virtual safety car, the drivers are really going to struggle to keep temperature in the tyres. Not only will they have a cold track temperature and less load and energy going into the tyres, but if they're midway through a stint, they'll also have less rubber on the tyres themselves, which means the tyre is even harder to add temperature to. And so if there is a safety car period and we're a reasonably long way into the stint, we'll likely see drivers come in for a fresh set of warm tyres. Or the restarts will be very interesting. We could also start to see the driving style differences come back to the surface. Back when Jenson Button was at McLaren, he said a lot of the performance difference between him and Hamilton was that Hamilton worked the tyres more, but could also keep them alive for longer. But based on that and trying to get the tyres fired up, we could see the Ferraris do well here with their higher tyre wear. And we could see some drivers struggle. Just think how gentle Perez usually is on his tyres. He's going to have to adapt to push his tyres that bit harder. So what can the teams do to generate more tyre temperature? Well, the first thing would be to add more downforce, but do that on this circuit and you'll be a sitting duck on the straights. The second is to add more tyre pressure than normal, which will also increase their temperature. In fact, just as I was recording this, Pirelli released their minimum tyre pressures for the weekend, which are 27 psi in the front and 24.5 psi in the rear. That's up significantly from 23 psi and 21 psi in the last race in Brazil. And remember, even those pressures are higher than what the teams would want for normal running. So Pirelli are moving the teams to higher pressures to increase the speed of tyre warm-up. And the third, and I'm speculating here, would be to run some extra toe on the front and rear of the car. Toe is the difference between the direction of the tyre and the car. And we actually just made a video all about that. But basically F1 cars run with a few millimeters of toe out on the front and toe in on the rear. But if tyre temperature is going to be such a problem, engineers could increase the car's toe. This would then mean that the tyre is dragging across the surface of the circuit even more, even when the car is driving straight. And this dragging generates extra heat in the tyre. In fact, Formula Ford teams do this all the time at the famous Formula Ford Festival at Brands Hatch, which is held in October or November in the cold, damp UK. And this extra toe really helps the tyres get a bit of temperature. It's exactly the same as what Mercedes were doing with their DAS system back in 2020. So how much of an issue is the temperature really going to be? Well, personally, I think the teams and drivers will be able to get their tyres working pretty well in normal conditions. However, after a pit stop or safety car period, I do think it will be really challenging for the drivers. Anyway, I love it when things are mixed up a bit and the teams and drivers are having to think about new problems.
Okay.
Меня зовут Вит.
Майами, Техас, Лас-Вегас, Майами, Техас, Техас.
Доброго времени суток, дорогие друзья.
Hello viewers, Super GT here. This week's Daily Race C, very interesting. The 24-hour of Nürburgring circuit in Group 3 cars. So the real life Nürburgring 24-hour just happened, Ferrari won it. And I'm going to jump into my Ferrari. So I think this is going to be a very unpredictable and chaotic race. Let's jump in.
Okay.
Yes, 2 laps around the Nürburgring plus Nordschleife, one of the longest tracks in the game. So let's jump in and give it a go, starting 11th on the grid in the Ferrari 458 GT3. They do not have the 296 in the game, the car which won the real life race the other day.
Okay.
And yeah, Kaz, get it added, mate. It's about time. Anyway, through turn 1 and turn 2, got 2 cars which are just going to take a nice turn to the left. Very easy to do that, given there is a huge bump on the exit of that corner. That's going to hand me 2 positions. Now this track always throws up some incredible races, really does make it a lot more crazy than your average race, I would say, given the nature of the circuit. Tight, twisty, lots of corners, very long lap. And this one is going to be no exception. As we can see here, lots of cars going side by side. Up the hill we go. It's going to be the BMW of Levicius there in P6. Through the Schumacher S. He's actually going to get tagged here by the McLaren and sent spinning into a nice little 180.
Okay.
That's going to hand me another 2 positions. So that's 11th up into 7th already in the Ferrari. The Tifosi are going absolutely wild back in Italy. Get onto the back straight, up behind the Supra, as ever.
Okay.
One of the quickest cars, or the quickest car. Now, weather. Let's take a look. Nothing too bad. There is a bit of a patch heading just past the circuit, but it looks fairly dry for the time being, so you don't really have to worry about that right now. But the weather is certainly a major factor around this track, as I almost get murdered from behind. Thank you very much for that.
Sometimes it
Now,
happens.
I was trying to keep up with this group in front, doing my utmost to stay in the slipstream, but it was really, really tricky against the Supras. And, you know, coming up this long, flat-out section up the hill towards the carousel, I just did not have the slipstream, did not have the speed. The Supra is just literally unmatched in Group 3, so it's impossible.
Yeah.
Apart from when they crash into each other like that, and then I gain another 2 positions. So I haven't done a single overtake. All my overtakes so far have been doubles, with people pretty much crashing every time. And oh, there's a single.
Yeah.
And he turns right on a right-hander, to be fair to him, but a little bit too much to the right. And
Yes, I will see your snaps.
the wall. So here I am in P4, and I'm going to over-rotate this time, as the car seemingly not want to drive around the carousel the correct way, and I'm back down to P6, up behind 95. You can see just how engrossed I was in this race as I completely froze on the spot. My webcam obviously worked. I'm just a ventriloquist, and also I can race whilst remaining dead still. It's just one of the skills I have. Here I am in P5, going past the McLaren, and then on the Dottinger on the back straight, not having enough power or slipstream to stay ahead of the Mercedes. The McLaren trying to come back at me as well, not quite managing to do so. But this is the element of this track that I love so much, the tight and twisty nature, but then you get onto the Dottinger at the end of the end of the lap, long straight, and then lots of overtaking can happen there. And then of course we have the GP section as well, which we're onto now. This is of course where you can see plenty of overtakes, like this one, putting out to the right hand side. I'm surprised he didn't defend it, looking for our braking point just before the 100 board. Into the first corner we go, retaking 5th position. And you can see just how pleased I was with that.
Look at his face.
Incredible stuff. Now moving on to the Nordschleife section of the next lap. I was just trying to catch up with the guy in 4th. And this is another challenge around this track. As, oh my goodness, getting all out of shape there. Just trying to put together a sequence of good corners, an entire lap, to try to narrow that gap down. I'm 2 seconds behind at the moment. So I'm going to have to be nice and smooth for the remainder of the lap to try to reel this Supra in. And you see here, by the time we get out of the carousel, so we're into the, let's say, the third of the lap now. Just beginning to edge close to this guy. Supra, of course, really quick, reigns supreme on the straights. Through the corners, not quite as good. The Ferrari here actually turns pretty well. We saw that recently in one of the daily races around the Nürburgring short circuit. This car actually has very good rotation, turns quite well, a little too well in some places. But clearly here, it is working. Firmly now into the slipstream of the Supra. And now it's very much a tactical question of how do we go about trying to beat this guy and claiming 4th place. Of course, I could try and pass now, but then it would surely slipstream back past on the straight at the end. And so this is quite a tricky one to work out, especially with the Mercedes behind, very, very close indeed. And so, this is with a big moment. As we're going to go over this big crest here, the car goes very light. I have to try and retain control for this very fast section, 150 miles an hour through here. And we had a couple of collisions here in the real life race. And so we've avoided that. Bit of poor driving there, actually a little bit wide, but we're going to stay firmly in the slipstream. And so, through the mini carousel, only one more corner left to go before we get onto the back straight. This one's going to play out quite weirdly, I suspect, because the Supra is so hard to overtake. Even if you're in another Supra, it's like quite hard. But in a Ferrari with not much top end, this is going to be quite tricky. But let's see what happens. Under the gantry we go. 3.5 tenths behind the Supra, and I'm barely gaining even with the slipstream. Mercedes behind, getting ever closer. There he is. It's quite an ominous sight to have a car hunting you down like that. As we go past the tourist firing section on the right hand side, it's going to be a side-by-side drag race at 170 miles an hour, or just shy of, as we head under the Bilstein Bridge. I am just going to retain the position as I was having the slipstream from the car in front the entire time. But here, Alexis is going to make a mistake, go slightly too deep on the brakes. This is going to give me the space to go around the outside of the final corner, up into 4th. The Mercedes is going to follow me through. It's going to be a really close finish. But my goodness, guys, what an incredible race that was. Whew. Oh my god, guys, what a race. I know I'm frozen right now, but I'm the ultimate ventriloquist. And you can see just how happy I am. What a battle right at the end. Okay, I've just unfrozen myself. That was a mega race. We're going to jump into the Mercedes this time. The Ferrari was good, but it just has no straight line speed. It really gets killed on the straights. So let's go with the Mercedes. Okay, race number 2. Let's see what the weather conditions are. We've got any rain, a tiny bit of rain on the radar, but it'll be slicks to begin with. Now, this particular race went wrong for a reason that I didn't really consider beforehand. And, you know, around here you can get many things wrong. Your tyre choice, the weather, crash into someone could crash into you. There's lots of things. You could also go for a massive dive bomb like that, which, to be honest, I am very lucky to have gotten away with, I would say. Okay, that was a massive lunge, and I'm quite lucky to have got away with that, to be honest. But may I welcome you to Exhibit A, reasons why this race completely unraveled. This guy goes off, and then I'm going to make contact with him, and yes, you guessed it, the penalty system comes back with a vengeance. Yeah, 5-second penalty for that. Okay, so clearly that was 100% my fault. I mean, I could have tried to avoid him, but this meant that I had to try to fight back and engineer some interesting moves. Not an easy track to try to overtake around when it's so narrow, but you know, when people crash like that, it's fine. If this guy goes a little bit wide in the Subaru, we can engineer a nice little move on the exit, and then having to serve this penalty, which was really painful, I would say on a par with childbirth, as we go from, I don't even know what position I was in, what, 10th or something, dropping all the way down, watching all these Supras fly past me on the straight, down into 15th. So yeah, lovely stuff. That one penalty absolutely killing me. But then later on, I was hoping that the rain could kind of throw something into the mix and make it a bit easier for me to catch up. And it looked like there was some rain, but it didn't really change too much, to be honest. But then these two guys went hammer and tong. As I went past them, I received my second incredibly silly penalty of the race for ignoring a yellow flag. How about that? What? I overtook the car that went off. The yellow flag penalty. Wow. This race is so cursed. I can only laugh, to be honest, because I don't know what went on there. Clearly, the stewards not looking upon me very favourably today. But with a 3-second penalty to serve at the end of this lap, all I could do really is just try to fight back and hope for some sort of good battling. And this was a good little overtake. Kind of pleased with this one. 2 wheels on the grass, getting the job done against max power. I mean, I was going to lose the position anyway because of the penalty, but it was a good little fight. I enjoyed it. And then we have Childbirth V2, lots of pain once more, before eventually finishing in a disappointing, actually turned out to be 13th place. So there we go, race number 2, 13th. I really think that could have been top 5, but you just never know. It's such an unpredictable race. I didn't really think the penalties would come into this. That was a weird one. Let's move on to race 3. I'm going to do it, guys. We're jumping into the Supra. Let's see what it's all about. So we did kind of touch upon this earlier. The Supra, very, very good in terms of straight line speed, but just overall speed around this track. Now, this was a weird lap because I actually had some wet weather. This was my qualifying lap, by the way, and there was a measure of moisture on the circuit, but it didn't really seem to affect my speed too much. As long as it's below the first line on that moisture meter, you're not going to be too affected. There was a slight decrease in grip, but not really much. And so going sub 250 under this gantry, we could kind of use our practice from the Green Hell time trial to good effect. 725 under the gantry. I was doing 722 when I did the Nissan GTR Green Hell time trial. But this car is so much quicker in a straight line, 170 miles an hour, whereas the Nismo barely gets over 160. And eventually, this was going to be a very solid lap for one attempt. It was going to be an 8-minute 10.8. Okay, 8-minute 10 first lap. That might put me on pole. It would have done in the last race, but let's see. It is pole position, but I'm in the lower split because my driver rating's gone down. Right, this looks pretty wet. But I'm going to stick with the hard tyre, which in hindsight was an absolutely shocking decision. You can see here the moisture meter was actually creeping above the bottom line, meaning the inters were probably the better tyre to be on. As you can see here, going straight on at the first corner with seemingly zero grip. And this would be a very difficult race, I think, from here on in. I was hoping that the weather would clear quite quickly, as it looked like it was on the weather radar, and that therefore the track would begin to dry out once more. But it is always so tricky to drive on a wet track with slick tyres. You just really do not have much grip at all. As you can see here, myself, an Adventure Alpaca, making an absolute hash of it. And eventually I drop all the way down to P12 after about 4 corners. A little bit later on the GP section, having a nice little 360 no scope, and losing further time to the leaders. Now a bit later on, you can see the weather was clearing. This is what I thought would happen, but the track just wasn't drying out quickly enough. A couple of moments here for these guys. Looks like they were on inters, as the track was beginning slowly to come back to us drivers on the hard tyre, until this moment, just grazing this curb. And let me tell you, the curbs are absolutely lethal in these wet conditions. You really do have to avoid them. And unfortunately, I didn't tell myself that because I'm going to spin later. But you see here, it was sunny by the second lap. So I thought, okay, this is fine. I should be able to fight back quite easily here. Guy turns left into the wall. And a nice little move here. Brave one down at the foxhole. just left the space, and I thought I'm going to go for it. I tried to leave him space here, and I think he turned left a little bit too soon, and he ended up smashing himself into the wall. But unfortunately for me, the weather came back with a vengeance, and the slick tyre was not the one of choice. I mean, looking back at this race, the Inter was clearly the choice to make, and it's not the choice I made. And here we're going to spin again and get joined in barrier with this BMW driver. Eventually, after all of this chaos, we did actually manage to claw back one position here to get P8, but it was a disappointing race overall. What a disaster. Completely the wrong tyre choice. This next race, though, is surely going to go down in the Motorsport Hall of Fame. This was a really, really good battle, and this is what the Nürburgring is all about. Now, to begin with, it was dry, unlike the previous race, and so the hard tyre was the correct tyre to be on. And just trying to keep it nice and tidy through the first section, as ever, with a very quick Nissan GTR in tow just behind. This guy, he ran me really close, definitely putting me under a lot of pressure. Now, of course, it is hard to overtake around here, but this guy, you know, is just trying to get a mistake out of me, just trying to put me into a position I didn't want to be in. And he was doing a really good job of putting me under pressure for a sustained amount of time. But I was just trying to do my best to hold my own, looking at the weather as well. As we head down into the foxhole, he was basically pushing me down the hill. Such was his speed, and of course a bit of slipstream as well, but he was definitely really quick. So I just had to keep my cool, string together a good lap, and not succumb to the pressure, not do anything stupid. I knew I had track position, didn't really have to force it too much. And so a little bit later on into this race, coming up the hill, this was quite interesting because I'm in the Supra, he's in the Nissan GTR, and the GTR does not have as good straight line speed, but with the slipstream he was able here to get alongside, and we're going to come into Bravery Corner, and as we head in here we are side by side, but he's going to back out at the last second, going to try and run it around the outside, and we are going to make a successful move there with Zavasic now in second. And this is a guy I made a video on a couple of years ago. I think it's 2019, 4 years ago we made a video racing against this guy who's a very quick player in Europe, one of the best, one of the fastest that you'll see in the online lobbies, and we actually had a really good battle here. I was trying to pull away in this final sequence before we get on the Dottinger, the back straight. I wasn't quite able to do it. And so this was going to turn out to be a good, close and tactical battle between the two of us, and that's kind of how these races play out around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It is very tactical indeed. As we head on to the back straight, through this long right-hander, crucial corner that we get this one right to get a good run onto the straight. He is right behind me, and I don't know what his methodology was here. Decided to bump draft me, perhaps to try to pull away from the guy in third, who in the GTR was still very quick, and I guess maybe he wanted to narrow this down to a 2-horse race rather than a 3-horse race. As we bump draft each other away down the straight, over 170 miles an hour, the GTR struggling to keep up. So that gap straight, wanted to narrow this down to a 2-horse race rather than a 3-horse race. We bump draft each other away down the straight, over 170 miles an hour, the GTR struggling to keep up. So that gap ever opening
miles per
as we
hour.
head towards the final couple of corners up at Tiergarten.
179 miles per hour.
And for the end of the curve on the right hand side, on the brakes we go.
Okay.
As we bump draft each other away down the 70 miles an hour, the GTR struggling to keep up. So that gap ever opening as we head towards the final couple of corners up at Tiergarten.
Yes.
Up the hill we go. Looking for the end of the curve on the right hand side, on the brakes we go. Use the curve on the right for a better angle through this left. And onto the main straight we go. Lap number 1 completed. This is going to be really tricky to keep someone like Zavasic behind. I was watching his positions. He started 4th, now in 2nd, slowly moving his way through the order. And you just get this sense of inevitability when a player like him is on your tail. I go a little bit too hot into turn 1. It's going to really compromise my run through turn 2, but I just park it on the apex. I know he's looking for that undercut, the old switcheroo. Prevent it from happening successfully. Later on in the lap, This is the uphill section where the GTR had a good run at me on lap number 1, and so this is quite an important section. It's flat out for a good 20-30 seconds, and so you can't really do much in terms of defending it because he's going to have the slipstream all the way up here. And once again, I'm going to give him the left-hand side, but as we head in here, not fancying it, he backs out at the last moment, and so I'm going to retain the lead of the race. And from here, it's going to be a case of trying to break away and create a gap before we get to the Dottinger. Otherwise, it's going to be pretty hard to keep him behind. And here we go then. This is the last sequence before we get to the back straight. I got the gap up to 6/10 at one point, and I was really pleased that I was driving quite well, enough to, you know, create a bit of a gap against a top level player. But it wasn't quite enough. And this section here, these last 2 corners, the mini carousel included, not my strongest section of the track, not carrying enough speed into there, and he's right back on me again, 2/10 behind or less than, as we head into this long right-hander once more. So this is where the tactics come in, and I knew I had to keep him close. I lifted off a little bit more than normal to make a smaller gap so we could get less momentum, and then as he went past it, I lifted to pull back into the slipstream. So now it's roles reversed. Down the straight, I can tuck into his slipstream and try to slingshot past before we get to the next corner. So this is quite a well thought out strategy, I suppose. And I think it was the only way that I could win this race. Back into the toe, back into the slipstream, go back past him. And now we hold all the keys to the Nürburgring and to first position. With one set of corners left to go, we've got to get this one right, and we do. We don't overshoot. Through the last couple of corners we go, it's going to be a win, and what a race that was. Come on, what a race. Get in there, Lewis.
You are not
What
serious.
a battle. What a battle. That's what it's all about, guys. That's what it's all about. So yeah, as ever, the Nürburgring and Nordschleife producing some amazing racing, like it did in the...
So, like with a lot of people, I am actually a fan of Formula E. When I first heard about this championship around 10 years ago, God that makes me sound old, yet I'm only 26, I was actually excited for it. The idea of having a Formula series being powered by electricity, racing around the world on city streets, sounded like a good idea. I remember getting up early on a Saturday morning to watch the first ever race at Beijing, and it's safe to say I didn't regret it. Now, look, the race as a whole wasn't exactly memorable, for the most part. In fact, apart from the first ever pit stops, we saw the drivers do what MotoGP does with a flag to flag, which is basically swap cars, there's nothing else from that race I can remember. That was until what happened on the final lap. Okay, maybe I went a bit over the top there with the sound effects. This accident involving Nick Heifeld and Nicholas Prost, which thankfully Nick was able to walk away from, put the series on the worldwide map. In fact, I'm convinced to this day that if it wasn't for this accident, the series wouldn't have got the recognition that it gets now. In fact, the races that took place after that were very exciting to watch. It was like the series took that accident that gave them huge headlines across the world, and they were able to build on that recognition. So much so that the season ended up having a title decider, which was won by Nelson Piquet Jr., the only Nelson Piquet in the world that isn't an arsehole. The following season would see the series allow the teams to build their own powertrains, and whilst the idea didn't get off to the best of starts, as time went on and the teams were getting more familiar and accustomed to the powertrains, the pecking order became close again. However, whilst this is good, I do believe there are some problems which the series needs to address. Now, as the seasons go on, the series is going to run into problems from time to time, same with any other series. Take for example the old qualifying system they had during the Gen 2 era. Now initially, I actually liked this qualifying system. However, as time went on, it was starting to become clear that because most of the circuits they were racing at were only being used once a year, it meant that the track would get dirty, which combined with the old group qualifying format, which was determined by where the driver was placed in the Drivers' Championship, it meant that they would essentially act as a road sweeper. Now, as we see in WRC whenever they're at a gravel rally, being a road sweeper means you are going to be slow compared to the other drivers in the other groups who will have a clean track. Now, thankfully,
Okay.
in the final season of the Gen 2 car, they brought a World Cup-style knockout format, which has been received positively by fans, and it makes people tune into qualifying as a result. In 2023, Formula E debuted the Gen 3 car, which in my opinion is basically a hybrid of the Gen 1 and Gen 2 cars, with many people also saying it looks like a block of cheese. Wouldn't surprise me if Wallace has one in his garage.
Get off me cheese!
Either way, I do believe these cars look better than the car that was dubbed the Batmobile. However, I do believe there is a huge issue with it. In fact, I would say this issue has been around for quite a while. Even before the Gen 3 era Batmobile. However, I do believe there is a huge issue with it. In fact,
it's sorry.
has been around for quite a while, even before the Gen 3 era. And one race in particular that happened this year exposed that issue. The 2023 Portland Prix. It's the 24th of June 2023, and it's round 12 of the 2022-23 Formula E World Championship. Serious question, why on earth do they still refer to it as a super season like the Premier League does, when all the races happen in 1 year? Why not call it the 2023 Formula E World Championship? Why is that so much of an issue for them? Anyways, enough venting. Going into the race, the championship was once again too close to call, with Pascal Wehrlein leading the championship by just 1 point ahead of Jake Dennis, with Nick Cassidy a further 5 points back in third, and Mitch Evans keeping within touching distance in fourth. The race, as mentioned, would take place at the Portland International Raceway, which is the same circuit that IndyCar races at, usually for their penultimate race of the season, although that won't be the case next year. It wasn't unusual for the series to do races on a purpose-built racetrack, as opposed to the regular street circuits they race at. The purpose-built tracks that they had raced at before Portland was Mexico City at the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez, the Circuit Ricardo Tormo in Valencia, Spain, where they do their pre-season tests at, and Pueblo in Mexico. In fact, it was recently announced that the series would be racing around the Shanghai International Circuit next year, and there are even reports that the Italian race, which won't be in Rome anymore, could be replaced by either Monza or Misano. Portland would play host to its first ever Formula E race, and to be honest, I was actually excited for this. In fact, this may be seen as a controversial opinion, but I do think Formula E should now start to do most, not all, but most of the races on purpose-built circuits, as I feel Formula E has outgrown most of the street circuits that they go to. In qualifying, it was Jake Dennis who took pole position, followed by Sasha Fanastras in second, and teammate and fellow compatriot Norman Nato in third. The DS Penske's of Jean-Eric Verne and reigning champion Stoffel Van Dorn were scheduled to start in P6 and P10 respectively. However, both were forced to start in the pit lane due to the team running an illegal RFID system on their cars, which was alleged to have gathered data about the team's tyre pressures. However, this would in a way become an afterthought, as the events that transpired in this race would end up being a bigger talking point, at least from what I saw. The race started and Jake Dennis held on to the lead ahead of Sasha Fenestras, whilst Norman Nato lost third place to the McLaren of Rene Rast. Drivers were constantly switching places throughout the first lap, with Nato even briefly moving back up to third at the beginning of lap 2, only for Rast to hang it around the outside and hold on to third. However, it was starting to become clear as the race progressed that the pack were not spreading out like you would normally see in other series. Now, there was a reason for this, which is one of the issues Formula E has right now, which I believe it needs to address before it gets out of hand. You see, like with other series, Formula E isn't just about the racing. To appeal to the car manufacturers who are racing in the series, which there are a few, the racing that the series produces also involves a lot of preservation. Now, as mentioned, other series have a form of preservation, whether that would be tyre preservation or even fuel preservation. In the case of Formula E, given it's an electric series, it's energy preservation. At the start of each race, drivers have a total of 100% energy, which will deplete as the race goes on. However, the rate that the energy depletes throughout the race is very high, which means if you go full throttle throughout the race, you wouldn't have the required energy usage needed to get to the end. So what's the best way to preserve your energy, I think you ask? Well, reducing your speed. Now, to be clear, there's nothing wrong with racers having a form of preservation involved, because that encourages strategy. However, Formula E, in my opinion, takes this preservation a bit too far. Now, in Formula E, there is a thing called regen, which is the system within the car that reuses old energy that has already been used throughout the race. This process is done whenever the driver presses the brake pedal in order to get around a corner. Regen is one of the ways that the drivers can preserve energy. However, this cannot be used whenever they are on a straight, given it's a straight obviously, and there are obviously no braking zones on a straight. Again, obviously. Unless you are trying to wipe out someone, which is never a good idea. So how do the drivers preserve energy on the straight, I hear you ask? Well, like this. What you are seeing are drivers backing off on a straight to preserve energy. Now, it's not uncommon to see drivers coasting on a back straight in a race, but this takes it to the next level. Drivers are deliberately choosing not to overtake the leader, who himself is trying to back off to allow people to pass him. Now, the reason for this is because if you are the leader, you are at a disadvantage when it comes to preservation. It's better for a driver to be behind someone, because that way they are able to preserve their energy better due to the slipstream of the car in front. Being in the slipstream allows for the driver to lift off the accelerator without the threat of losing time to the car in front. It's a bit like what you see in the Tour de France. A lot of riders staying in a big pack, whilst 2 or 3 riders pull out a gap in front, only for the large group to eventually catch up in the closing stages of the race. Now, Portland isn't the only race where this was occurring, as there were other races such as Berlin and Sao Paulo where this was happening. However, it wasn't to the extreme like what was happening in Portland. This was so extreme that the drivers were even going as far as to activate their 2 attack modes very early in the race. This would continue for a huge portion of the race, and it even got to a point where, because of this pack racing, it led to a few incidents happening in the race, one of which being an accident towards the end of the lap involving the apt of Nico Muller. After 32 laps, Nick Cassidy, after taking the lead in the closing stages, would come through to take his 3rd win of the season, moving him to within 1 point of Jake Dennis, who took the lead in the standings and finished 2nd behind Cassidy in the race. The 2nd place finish would prove crucial for Jake later in the season, as he would go on to win the title by 30 points ahead of Cassidy, whilst Cassidy's win at Portland, combined with his win at the finale in London, would prove crucial in his team and finished 2nd behind Cassidy in the race. The 2nd place finish would prove crucial for Jake later in the season, as he would go on to win the title by 30 points ahead of Cassidy. Whilst Cassidy's win at Portland, combined with his win at the finale in London, would prove crucial in his team Envision, winning their first ever team's title. However, the result of the Portland E-Prix was overshadowed by the debate about the pack racing that happened at the race. For me, like with other people I saw on social media at the time, I think what we saw at Portland was a joke. And I fear that if this continues, it will lead to more accidents, and even ones that may put a driver's safety at risk. Now, am I saying that there shouldn't be preservation in races? No, absolutely not. As mentioned earlier, every series has it, and I believe there should be an element of preservation, whether that would be tyres, fuel, or in the case of Formula E, energy, as it does add a strategic element to the races. However, all the other series that have it, such as Formula 1, MotoGP, IndyCar, etc., are not as extreme as Formula E's preservation. I think the main reason for this is because there isn't a mandatory pit stop in the race. It's very clear that the amount of energy the teams are allowed to use is not enough to get to the end of the race without a lot of preservation, which is why we sometimes get this pack racing like we had at Portland, and I think a mandatory pit stop would eliminate this issue. Now, I am hearing that for some races next year, there are plans to have mid-race quick charge to add more electricity into the powertrain and also to add more energy, which is great, but as mentioned, it's only going to be for some races. Specifically at tracks that are either purpose-built, such as Mexico, Portland, Shanghai, which will be making its debut next season, and whatever the Italian race will be that will replace Rome, which is believed to either be Monza or Mazzano, or tracks that are in public parks or closed areas, such as Berlin and Jakarta. However, for street tracks, they won't have this mandatory quick charge and will continue to have races without a pit stop, which does worry me. You see, as mentioned earlier, Portland wasn't the only one to suffer from this pack racing. Another example was at Sao Paulo, which is scheduled to once again host Formula E in 2024 after a successful first race. In that race, the pack racing, like we saw at Portland, was very prevalent.
Okay.
However, the difference between Portland and Sao Paulo is that Portland is held at a purpose-built racetrack, whereas Sao Paulo is held on a street track. And given it seems this mandatory quick charge isn't going to be used on street circuits, I do fear this issue is still going to be there in 2024. Now, I hope for future seasons they implement this at every race, so then that way it can hopefully fully eliminate that issue that we saw at Portland and Sao Paulo. Now, I do have another suggestion that Formula E could implement to add more strategy, which is a tyre change, but I haven't got a full picture of what these hand-cut tyres are like, especially in changeable conditions, as when Michelin were the tyre suppliers, they had an issue with the tyres degrading so fast that when it came to changeable conditions, the tyres had no grip in the wet conditions. The most notable example of this was in 2022 at New York, when the top 4 skidded off the track. So, I will hold that thought for the time being until I see what the hand-cut tyres are like in changeable conditions. What do you think Formula E should do to eliminate the pack racing? Do you agree with the quick recharge, or do you think there should be another way? And while you are at it, let me know any improvements.
Yeah. Okay.
Michael Schumacher had a super aggressive driving style. Just look at this. He throws the car into the corner, sliding the car in the middle of the corner, and then getting on the power. And he did this so that he could brake later than the other drivers, pivot the car in the middle of the corner, and then get on the throttle than the other drivers as well. He was literally gaining time on entry and exit. But it's something that only he could really nail, down to the incredible natural feel that he had, knowing exactly where the limit of grip is. Just look at how much that steering wheel is dancing in his hands. And that's why Michael Schumacher had a super...
Okay.
After deciding that they wanted to adopt a kitten, they weren't too sure at first how their puppy was going to react. That's when they walked into the room and saw the most adorable thing ever. The two of them were cuddled up together with their heads smushed together, obviously becoming best friends as they enjoy their nap together.
Yes, that's extremely cute.
This donkey's name is Donkey, and he goes absolutely crazy
Donkey. Lol.
whenever he gets a new toy. And after his human found the largest screaming chicken toy ever, this is what happened when she finally decided to give it to him.
Well, hello, Donkey. Look what just came in the mail. These are the biggest screaming chickens I've ever seen. Listen to this, just listen. You squeeze it, and when you let go, it screams forever.
You can see Donkey getting super excited the second he hears the noise, and as soon as she throws it over to him, he even takes a moment to thank her before going over and playing with it.
Try that big old chicken.
But as soon as he turns around and grabs it, it became pretty clear just how happy he was to have his new toy. Check it out.
Wait, oh my goodness. Nothing
Oh.
This donkey's name.
Which car is low enough to make it all the way under these pipes?
Ow.
Silverado. SF90 with that baby on top.
Yeah. Hey.
Tin can.
Tin can. That's a good like a tin can.
GT3 RS.
Rockets.
Mustang with wheels that no one should ever put on their car. Countach.
Lambo Countach.
Transit
Yes.
carrying a Bugatti.
No.
Subscribe for more. Which car is low enough to make
Okay. Okay. I like rotors some way. Okay. Mm. Mhm. Okay.
I have never seen this inside F123. Not one, but two cars both managed to break down right in front of me. Let me know if you've ever had this. Oh, we got yellow flags. Richard Verschoor going slowly. Richard Verschoor. A huge plume of smoke pours out the back of the Van Amersfoort car, and he's now out of the sprint race here, so that might give him a bit of a lifeline in, well, to the main event tomorrow. But unfortunately, as I was starting to take more and more time out of the AI, it now means the gap I need to the next car in front of me, which is now Brad Benavides, has gone up. So we need 1.8 seconds now, as we were probably going to get within the range of Verschoor next lap. That is so frustrating here. But we got to keep going. No, Brad Benavides is out. What on earth's going on? We've had two mechanical failures in the space of half a lap. Are we going to see a safety car? I have never seen this inside.
Before I let you in, I need to make sure you're not gay. Okay. So I'm gonna ask you a couple questions to test you. Shoot. What's a slip? It's a drip. It's when you fall. A characterization of cancers. Life-threatening. What does slay mean? To kill something, like a dragon. What magazine did I just show you? What magazine? Okay. Good. Last question. What color is this? What color is this?
Pink.
It's rose. Nope, it's pink. Fuck! He's gay. I knew it. I almost had you. You almost had me. I'm gonna suck that eventually. Nah. Before I let you in, I need to...
He said, don't be sad. I show you again. This is what you do.
Yes.
F1 would not race here. F1 is no stranger to twisty, windy street circuits. But there is a circuit so extreme that F1 would never even dream of racing there. I'm of course talking about the Macau Grand Prix, which is one of the most difficult circuits to navigate in any series of racing. Now, despite Formula 1 not going there, Formula 3 does have it on the calendar, and winning the Macau Grand Prix in Formula 3 is a thing of high prestige, because the track is just so difficult. The toughest part of the track is the Melco hairpin, which has a set of permanent yellow flags because it is so tight only one car can fit through at a time. And there have been plenty of crashes at Macau, with even recently huge pile-ups happening on the circuit. And things are only getting crazier as series across the board's cars seem to get bigger and bigger each year. For subscribers, it's no wonder
Gas piling up. Gas piling up.
If we go back and have a look at the replay, if they do show us that, as we go on board now, he definitely touched the outside wall of Reservoir Bend. Doesn't look as though there's major damage to the car, but we'll keep you informed as to whether... Oh, no! Oh, mayhem! And millions and millions and millions of dollars of damage here at the mighty Macau.
Yeah, very crash course. I'm quite happy about. I mean, happy to see, like, I don't like point blunt crashes common, like just one car is slide off or something, but I like this stuff. Also I like clean racing, and I don't like I like we can whole road is completely blocked, and we can the racing is completely clean. The common stuff like common racing, like stuck behind slower car or just slide off, understeer, oversteer, 160, wait, 180, like passing wrong side of the road. That I don't like. What? Just one car crashed into the oh my god. Let me rephrase again. Like, I like when cars going racing clean, and that's interesting. Like closing gaps, opening gaps, that's interesting. Crash mayhem like this also interesting for me, but common crashes like two cars just slide into each other is boring for me. Why? I don't know. Because inverted. Feelings probably. Okay. Not this. Oh, to playing One Thunder, lol. Gacha remixes to playing War Thunder, wow. Okay. Come on, roll.
Said to me, when are you gonna have a gay party out here? Don't do anal.
Shit. I don't like this music already. He. Okay, let's watch
Japan
this.
might have just killed anime.
Help us to save manga, Japanimation, Japanese pop culture, Japanese traditions and technology.
That's Terumi Nishi, a famous anime
Okay.
industry veteran. You might have seen their works in shows from Jujutsu Kaisen to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. She's protesting against a new change in Japan that affects 5 million people and could destroy the entire anime industry.
It is as if
Just
they're trying
why?
to brainwash the Japanese people.
And they don't want you to know about it. There are two major problems here. So one, it's taxes, no one likes them, and two, you post your personal information online, which would be a big problem if you know how it is with things like anime or VTuber fans.
Your information is made public online, including your real name, raising serious privacy and security concerns.
At least that's what people are saying. But it turns out this is wrong. But there's actually a hidden third problem that could cripple the anime industry.
Funk playing.
In October 2023, Japan implemented the invoice system. This is a new change in how taxes are handled that affects freelancers. And unfortunately, the anime industry is filled with freelancers. The general opinion is, well, just listen to this.
Yeah.
That's Kotono Mitsuishi, the voice of Usagi-chan, known worldwide as Sailor Moon. The invoice system
Yeah.
is so dangerous that even the biggest voices, literally and figuratively, are speaking out against it. But it's not just the voice actors. Animators and every single aspect of the anime production pipeline will not escape. So despite how many times I've seen this, I've never really understood it. If you've seen people talk about this before and still don't know what the big deal is, don't worry. Even anime industry experts who are literally talking about this don't know exactly what's going on. To get a clearer picture, I went to look at some non-anime sources, and what I found was surprising. No one was talking about one of the big problems, the anonymity issue. You see, a lot of anime fans are concerned about the invoice system because many animators prefer to be anonymous for their own reasons. We all know fans can be quite crazy. Look no further than VTubers, idols, etc. But turns out only anime fans are talking about this because, like anime, this is fiction. AKA, it's not real. Somewhere along the line, someone thought that everyone was going to have their personal info publicized in some searchable database, and this misinformation spread around in the anime community. Fortunately, the invoice system will actually delete your private information so that the public will not be able to see it. So your location and name will be kept safe. It is funny to me, and honestly kind of sad, that this was updated just in 2020, a few years before this, so who knows how bad it was before then. But despite this, the Japanese government doesn't have the best track record with private data. But then again, I live in America, so I can't really be the judge, because your data is never safe here. Whether it's private government military documents, all it takes is a Discord server, or something as simple as your anime subscription, Crunchyroll. Now this is where a big YouTuber would have a sponsorship for a VPN, but really, the ones sponsoring YouTubers are not encrypted enough. Even though data is kept private, freelancers are still angry. If it ain't broke, why fix it? Why is Japan doing this now? First, you need to understand tax deductions. If you don't pay taxes yet, I'll make this super simple to understand. And I'm pretty sure like half of you don't pay taxes. So check out this graphic. Instead of wholesaler, imagine it's the animator, and replace the e-commerce website with a studio.
Чего не ем? Чего не ем? Сейчас. А, иные? А, они в холодильнике, что ли, были?
Да, в холодильнике я все поставила. Там эти ложки появились опять на столе. Я взяла, убрала.
А, ясно.
Эти штучки вон. Будешь?
Вчера-то я видела, а потом забыл
Я
про них.
и даже в эти запихала сюда.
А.
Что не посмотреть в холодильник-то?
Я этих посмотрел, как суп. А так что-то не посмотрел почему-то.
Ешь, чай пей.
Okay. Okay.
Let's say Mappa. The shopper, that's Crunchyroll, or one of the many people buying Blu-rays. The one buying the anime has to pay taxes because Mappa needs to pay taxes to Japan. So the shopper has to pay an extra 500 yen for tax. Mappa is also a shopper though. They shop for the services from freelance animators, so they'll have to pay 200 yen additional tax for that. But they can actually deduct this from their final tax bill. In this case, Mappa will only have to pay 300 yen total instead of 500. As you can see, this is beneficial to Mappa and any other business. Perhaps a bit too beneficial, because things were not being recorded properly and companies may have gotten away with too much. I mean, just ask Studio Ufotable. Demon Slayer, more like tax of a... Okay, that's not funny. To prevent fraud, business transactions should be recorded with a qualified invoice. That's the invoice system. Sounds good, right? Yay, no more legal loopholes. The corpo's finally gonna pay. Well, turns out there are unintended side effects for our favorite medium of entertainment. To issue these qualified invoices, these freelancers have to become a registered business, and by doing so, they'll basically be paying 10% more tax. Now, 10% might not seem like a lot, but keep in mind, everyone in anime is living paycheck to paycheck. This will be a shocking change to most animators because before this, they actually paid 0% on this tax. They were tax exempt. Anyone making under 10 million Japanese yen, I think that's around 60,000 USD, was not required to pay these taxes. Actually, they still aren't required. But guess who wants their tax deduction? It's Mappa. So even though it's optional, studios will want animators to use the invoice system so that way the studio can pay less taxes. If these Japanese consumption taxes sound familiar, it's because it is. It's similar to the value-added tax in places like the EU. As part of the invoice system, Japan will actually be joining a standardized network called PEPL, with near 1 million companies and 32 countries. So in a way, they're actually modernizing. I just used Mappa as an example, but who really wants to pay more taxes? You'd be a fool to think anime studios are gonna pay more tax. There will be pressure to use this system so companies can save money. Voice actor Yuko Kaida, whose voice you may hear in the latest Spy Family, states that they will be forced to make a hellish choice. If they issue invoices, they will be taxed and their income will decrease, and if they do not issue invoices, their work will be reduced, or worse, fired, blacklisted from the studio or the whole anime industry. But even if they are allowed to keep working, they might not be able to last long. The extra 10% tax is enough that 27% of voice actors will be forced to go out of business. In other words, either their careers will be instantly killed, or they will bleed out, dying a slow death. And if you survive, you'll have to learn to survive with a lot less, because 77% believe that their income will decrease. So if 27% out of business, and 77% earning less, that's a total of 99% of surveyed voice actors negatively impacted by this tax. Why would a company hire you if it meant that now they need to pay more taxes? You'd rather hire the person who is using the invoice system. Now, ironically enough, some companies like Mappa will increase salaries to make up for this burden. But that's not the case for everyone. So what's the poor anime worker to do? Animator Dong Chang says that freelancers should request higher pay to make up for the tax. But it might not be that easy. If you didn't know, Dong Chang is a Canadian working in Japan. He also has a YouTube channel, so might check that out. For those born and raised in Japan, asking for a raise is not something that they may do. Japanese culture is known to be very top-down, seniority-driven, and so everyone conforms, especially if you're an average freelancer. Typically, the Japanese don't like to ask for raises, as it sets them apart from the overall system. Japan's culture of conformity leaves quite a muted response to this issue by the general public, but you can always count on the foreigners to be more outspoken about things. These English teachers are gathered under their union to protest the invoice system. Their company, GABA, has forced them to use the new invoices and thus take on additional taxes. In addition, they are demanding higher wages. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like anyone is listening. But what's worse is that unlike the teachers, the anime industry does not have unions. There are movements to stop the invoice system, but so far nothing has worked. That's why frustrated Japanese have turned to the hashtag #SaveMangaAnime in hopes that us anime-loving foreigners will bring more attention to it. Despite all their efforts, like gathering over 500,000 signatures for a petition, the Prime Minister Kishida is not reconsidering this change. So what's the future gonna look like for us anime fans all over the world? Here's what I think. According to the data, 30% of anime workers will go out of business. If this happens, the effects will be catastrophic. 30% less people making anime means at the very least, 30% less anime to watch. Now, I know, that might sound like a good thing, because of all the pig isekai and vending machine isekais we got. You know, it might be time for a purge, because if anime was in a bubble, this is definitely gonna pop it. It's no secret that every anime production is hanging by a thread. Freelancers are useful to anime studios because they are just flexible. Running out of time before the next episode airs? No problem, just hire a couple freelancers to patch up the holes in your production. They aren't full-fledged employees, so you don't need to worry about an annual salary or benefits such as health insurance. And now with less freelancers, these flaws are going to be seen, even by the most blind eyes. In order to adapt, anime studios are going to have to do a better job creating good work environments for their staff. But who are we kidding here? They never learn, and I doubt they ever will. Just look at MAPPA after Chainsaw Man and now Jujutsu Kaisen. But even if they wanted to fix their crappy schedules, they have a new enemy to deal with. Technology. You need to understand, Japanese companies are filled with boomers, and the anime industry is no exception. In an interview with Studio Trigger, it was revealed that it was common to email around Microsoft Word documents and Excel spreadsheets. This was high tech. No longer did they have to send flash drives with the carrier pigeon. With this workflow, one employee is able to write a paragraph and then send it over to the next person to write the rest. It's the future. But things change after the pandemic. They hit gold. They discovered the cloud. Now with the power of Google Drive, they can keep one file in sync for the whole company. Talk about progress. Oh my god, just imagine when they discover like Google Docs or just use Microsoft 365. Nah, you telling me you can edit the same document with multiple people at the same time? Ain't no way, bro. And this is where the invoice system will hit them by surprise. Deloitte, one of the biggest accounting companies in the world, states there is a risk that businesses underestimate the scale of the work involved by either implementing or adapting IT systems or renewing business contracts because they are mistakenly assuming that this is a tax issue and not a business transformation issue. Some businesses may, for example, require IT enhancements and upgrades. Knowing the anime industry, they will 100% underestimate the scale of this work. If they keep underestimating the time it takes to make an anime to the point where they just get delayed forever, then just imagine the technical difficulties they'll face when they use new software for these invoices. Even if the number of anime decreases, us anime fans might see the quality decreasing, and we might even hear the quality decreasing too. Voice actress Yuko Kaida mentions that voice actors spend their free time and money on voice lessons. All the voices you love to hear were a result of hard practice, and now with more to worry about, they won't have as much time or money to keep improving their skills, because instead of going to lessons, they might need to go to the accountant. Now, I don't know about you guys, but in general, I prefer Japanese dub voices more than English. Some might account it to the Japan place meme, but I've personally never met a Japanese American that prefers English dub. I'm just saying. I really think voice acting in Japan is just treated more seriously. I mean, they got this whole like seiyuu culture and where the VAs are basically celebrities. And yeah, this invoice system is not looking good for Japanese talent. So with less workers and less studios, even if this does sound okay, the potential purge of the anime industry could lead to bad things. We could see more anime studios hiring people as full-time employees with benefits, or raising wages like what MAPPA is doing. But while this does sound amazing, the reality could be terrible. Many smaller companies just can't afford to do this, or else they go out of business. So not only are we getting less anime being made, we're getting less studios making those anime. Companies like MAPPA already jump on popular IP, which attracts animators like them. Now, if other smaller studios cannot afford to increase wages, then more people will go to the bigger studios. Eventually, companies like MAPPA will be able to gain a large control of the anime industry, while smaller companies will die out. With less companies involved, we could see less competition, aka less risk-taking and creativity. Just take a look at the American entertainment industry, dominated by companies like Disney, which is great if you're a fan of bland and repetitive remakes for the purposes of modernization. While I do think that we might need to trim some fat from the anime industry, this tax invoice system is not it. It's a little too much too fast. The slow-moving Japanese industry will not be able to adapt in a healthy way, and the result could be terrible for the future of anime. In an effort to increase taxes, Japanese pop culture has been sidelined. It's strange that Japan doesn't understand the soft power they hold, while other countries all actively support their pop culture, even providing tax incentives directly, such as with K-pop. If the invoice system continues to affect all freelancers, at the very least, Japan should provide incentives to the anime industry. Otherwise, their top cultural export is in danger. Though I might be a doomer here, I'm optimistic that they'll eventually figure something out. At least in my lifetime, otherwise, GG. Anyways, what do you guys think? Let me know in the comments below, and feel free to share the video, cause I know...
Yeah.
Okay, it has to be somewhere around the light here.
Hey.
Yeah. No! 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 You! I don't know about the other finish, but I finished turtling into the pool. You what? What do you mean you finished turtling into the pool? What the fuck? I think we have quite a few options here to finish this.
Okay, let's watch this.
Welcome everyone to Trackmania, but the finish is one block higher. Once again, I took on the challenge this time for the fall 2023 campaign. Let's see if we can fly up to the finishes and not spend 8 hours trying to get a single finish this time. All right, map 1 has 2 finishers now. There's a Royal 1-Up Club. Yeah, there's a Royal 1-Up Club, but you don't want to know what that is. Okay, now here's the problem, chat, with this first map that I mentioned earlier. There's 2 finishers and the author time is 13 minutes. You just finished this? But what is the strat? Because there's no way you can get up on the map. Lovely. This first map is probably the hardest one of them all. Yeah, every time I want to stream long, guys, cup of a day just goes so bad, and it's such horrible cup of a day experience that I get tilted, and then the long stream is ruined. Second time in a row now. It's just... why, man? Okay. Is there... Do you guys see anything that is even possible to hit? Or do we have to do a big reroute? This whole roof here is connected.
Okay.
Is there anything we can use to get up this high? Me? Wait, I should use you, chat? What does that even mean? I think that's so. I thank you guys. Appreciate it. I think that's too high. I don't think I can. Let me see. Max speed setup should be this. How high would you bounce here? Okay, it's not too high. I mean, this one doesn't work because I need to take the checkpoints, obviously, but I think we have a problem here because of the placement. Second check. There is no other checkpoint on this map that even has the normal checkpoint layout. There's nothing I can use.
Okay.
Checkpoint 1 might be skippable. Yeah, might be. Not sure if it is, though. It might be skippable, you're right. And then we hit it like this. Okay, we don't talk about that. We do not. We do not talk about this. Okay, so... Wait, but I still don't know how we're gonna do the flip. I'm 100% confident that that is the only strat that we could use here to beat the map, but I still don't know how we're gonna do it. Alright, let's take some speed. Average scrappy moment? Yeah. Did you see anything else on this entire map that could send us upwards? Because I have not. Madge. There was no way of getting it up. What? Why the us? Who's half farming? Who is it, chat? Who half farmed? Stormy did? Stormy, man. And just in time for the AT. Map 1 has fallen.
Yeah.
Huh? What? What did I just hear? Wait. What? Huh? What in the half farm? Okay, what do we have here? One shot! Nice! I was like, wait, how am I gonna do this? Map 3. Let's see what we have here.
Okay.
Wait. Isn't this finish just simply on... Wait. Hold up. Isn't this a block on the... Oh, fuck. I went full the penalty. On the floor here? Wait. How do we... No. Don't tell me. Do not tell me it's this. Yes, tell me it's that. Okay, nice. Beaten. Let's go. We do not go for ATs on one-up challenges, guys. That is not the goal. The goal is to beat the map. Oh, validated by LD. I'm scared.
It's very interesting.
I'm scared. I'm scared when I see this person has validated the map, guys. This cannot mean good things. Wait, now thinking about it, this map has no good block for one-ups. And the finish is just the... Any chance it's something else than bouncing up here? Not really, right? It has to be something like that. Let me quickly test if that is reasonable. That's not 32 seconds, though. There's no way that is 32 seconds. How would you even... Anything else I haven't seen yet, chat? No, right? I am very concerned and very confused. No. What? All right, let's go. Oh god, at least it's a good respawn, I guess. How long will this take me, guys? Uh-oh. You know, sometimes I'm like, okay, but what if I just get a random one-shot? But sadly, the random one-shot never happens. I just need to remember where to hit on the good setup. So that was almost at the light. That was like a millimeter before the light. That's a millimeter after the light. Okay, it has to be somewhere around the light here. Yeah. No. You. Okay. Bro. Okay, listen. I just had so many good attempts in a row. That was a wild one. Map 4 in the bag. Next. All right, next. Trek. Oh, it's ice. I forgot. All right.
I forgot me.
Wait, did I win the bet? I won the bet. Thank you for the 12 months resub. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, where's the finish here again? Isn't it at the exit here? One second. I have an idea.
What do you have?
Let's go. Shouldn't the finish be there? Bro, if that would have been in, I would have been the best Trackmania player ever. Alright, the person that has been permabanned 2 times already and then twice asked why are they permabanned, got suspicious user and is still making jokes that are worth permabanning. What is this? Some people, man. Boom. Map 5 finished. Well, I found a different strat that was also good. It's all fine. Nothing to see here, folks. All good. Nothing to see. Oh my god, nice leg. Ay. This one should be the easiest one of them all, no? Isn't this just... This time we're not watching World Record because that is just normal driving. Wait, this one is also... Oh, we arrived at the speedrun maps, guys. We finally arrived.
Okay.
At maps that don't require any tricksters. Why are you saying clueless? Wait, where's the finish? What the? Wait, why is it there? What? Oh, they moved the entire gate again. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why are we moving the entire gate, man? Fine. Still free. Why is the validation time 15 minutes and the record is 30 seconds? Oh no, is the record a backwards bounce tree? Don't tell me the record just bounces against a tree and flies backwards and the validation is probably somebody doing a stadium cut. Plastic bounce? No. I don't think. I don't think you can plastic bounce that, guys. The plastic bounce here is never high enough. I think if you want to do this direct, you gotta... Okay, what the fuck? Nah, that is insane. That is high grand. Hi Grant. How are you doing, Grant? There is no way you can actually bounce that high. Right? How the hell is this even remote? What? Okay, that's too smooth. I don't know about the other finish, but I finished turtling into the pool. You what? What do you mean you finished turtling into the pool? What the fuck? Yeah, map 08 in the bag, no problem.
Okay.
Well, you can't. There's no way we're flying with that reactor. Is there another reactor on this map? No, right? Oh, there is. There's no way we're flying with that one either. Wait. The cookie slash, thank you for the 20 months. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you for the 20 months resub. All in doubt here. Yeah. I'm not sure what we're gonna be doing here on this one. Because like, so there's no way I can do anything by just going here, right? Because you're just gonna end up there. And on the sides, you're too low. Other side is probably symmetrical, yeah. Wait a second, can't I just land here and then jump onto this and bounce? But I don't really want to commit to that strat without looking at a record. Chat, should we look? If this is the strat, it's gonna be really hard either way. Plus you come in here, so we'll over jump. You'll always over jump there. Yeah, drove to end, drove back. I mean, you have a reactor here, but like, oh god, what's about to happen? Is he gonna reactor fly? Oh, that doesn't work. Ah! Wait, how did I not see that? How did I not see that? What? I'm never toxic. The hell do you mean? Are you stupid? Okay, sorry. Tree. I've never been toxic. Not to myself, not to you guys, not to anyone, not to a mapper. Wait, okay, that last one is a bit critical. Yeah, you know. Yeah. And dude, what? Huh? Any more complaining to do, huh? Yeah. Fuck. Finish. Delete the tree in the editor, yeah. Alright. Next. Trek. Medic, tomorrow do we do a BDS watch party tomorrow, Medic?
Okay.
I heard I'm a good luck charm for BDS. Show video? Oh yeah, wait. Right. Wait, let me see this end. Wait, why are the records so long? Oh fuck, it's ice. Wait, aren't there lamps here? No, they're not. Hey Scrappy, love Trackmania content. Hope you have a great day. Thank you. Every prediction in this channel is a scam, guys. You already know. Scammed. Wait, anything I could skip? Not really. The records are very long, like... So, like, I can see how we get back here. Oh, fuck. Fuck. I think that's what I need to do, but I'm not sure. Ali Buto, thank you for the 17 months resub. Appreciate it. Okay, there's a transition I need to watch out for. Here, and then we go back over this. But can I from here even reach there? How am I gonna... Huh? Okay, we just need one of those to bounce. I have the speed. I thought it might be doable. There was no way we get into the other block, so this was the only way. That was the only chance I had from there. Oh. Oh, this might mean despair, guys. I'm so bad at this block. Okay, never mind. All good. Okay. Hop, hop, hop. Don't turret. Alright. Let's go. Map finished. Nice. We have a freebie here. It's full speed. It's uphill. Not sure. Let's see. Wait, there might be something weird with this one. Let's find out. Let's find out. I haven't played this in so long. I hunted this, guys, but I haven't played it in so long. I don't even remember how to do it. Okay, 27, 28. Okay. Yeah, this should just be this and pray. Alternatively, it might be that block there. I think we have quite a few options here to finish this. Yo, clean. Map 13. A lot of records. Let me think. What is the end? What is the end? Yeah, this should be free. This should be an easy one. It's good to get some easy maps after we just had like super hard one. Wait. Oh my god, I almost crashed. Wait, is it free? The records are still quite spread, so I'm a little bit scared, but let's see. Where is it? Oh my, what? Yeah. Eh? Oh. Going for some bobsleighing. Of course, the bobsleigh people even hunted the one-up version. Because why not? Wait, I need to remember it's one-up. Shit. Shit, I might be too fast. Come on. Not too fast. Great map, plus plus, 15, right? So is there anything difficult on this one? Or is it just going to be free money for believers? Oh, believers? I think it's free money because this one does not have a difficult end. Yep, free. If there's a map that we haven't played, guys, that means it isn't validated. If there was anything that I haven't played, I'm going by order, then it isn't validated. Oh my god, what am I doing? And no one has beaten it. Yo, that's pretty clean. I guess we go until 10, okay? Deal? Evening stream until 10. And then the rest is for tomorrow, so we have some content. Alright. Let's see what we have here. Pop. Okay, how do we multi-lap this? Is it just this? I think that looks like a good strat. See again with a bit more angle. That definitely works. Perfect. Just gotta later. Like here. Let's go. European chat, is that in 20 minutes? Yes, it is. Okay, this one should be pretty doable. You have so much speed. You have a dirt wall to jump up on. That's actually quite clean. Now, is this regu? Like, I jumped there. Oh, it is. I think you can actually do 3 clean laps here. No problem. If you really try to. Maybe the world record has 3 clean laps. Looks doable for sure. If you spend a little bit of time. I mean, maybe you don't even need to spend time. If I get this now again, one shot, then it's actually easy. Okay. Maybe you do need a little bit of luck. But like, not a lot. All right. That was a freebie. A lot of records. Wait, no one has AT. Wait a second. There must be something sus here. Alert. Wait, isn't it a border bounce? Should be a border bounce if I think about the ending. Wait, is there a border block though? Wait. Now I'm not confident. Is there a border block here? Or no? Or do I have to jump from the plastic? There most definitely is a border block. Confirmed. Cock. Clean.
Okay.
Okay, the records suggest this might be a little more difficult. We'll see. Let me think. What is... Oh, it's on the water. Wait, but a 49? Is it... What is the normal path here? 46? Wait. How we... Oh, there's a border. Isn't there a border in the beginning of the water? Wait. There is, right? Right? Isn't there a border here at the entry? Yeah. I can't do it. I can't. It's not... It's not doing it. Maybe? Please. Yeah. You. This is unreal. No, this is not. This map is not real right now. Finally! Oh my god, dude. No, it's not a lamp bounce, guys. We just go back. We just go back and finish from there. I think that jump looked doable. I might be wrong, but it did look very possible to do, so... Alright, we straighten out. Perfect. Small inconvenience on the slowdown. Oh, I think I'm supposed to double cut it. Oops. There's a barrier here. Okay, well, I didn't know that there was a barrier there. That's my bad. Okay, and then I think, let's see, we're in this height, so the finish should be right there. Clean. Wait, full tech mod. What is the... Wait, there's a border, right? Is this a border again? Like the edge... I think this is a border edge again. If I remember correct. At least there should be one. We'll see. Is there border with an edge here? Oh god. That might be hard. Can I do it from here? I don't see how I'm gonna... Come on. Oh, no! Oh, so close. -2. Just like me, -2 on this map, man. Yeah, the evening is chill. No! Thank you, Kervin, for the gifted sub. What? How is that not in? How? That's in. Boom. Clean. It's in. Oh, let me see one thing. So yeah, indeed, map 12 doesn't exist. Wait, are they all free? Chat, are they free? If they're absolutely free, I'm finishing this. Why is there only 24? Because one of them is impossible. Map 12 isn't validated, right? Which one was it, guys? I think it was map 12. Where am I going? Which map is map 12? I'm trying to remember. I can't fully remember which one it is. What haven't we driven? A dirt wall jump. Doesn't ring a bell in my head, at least. Okay. Yeah, that one is a little bit high, but luckily there's another finish here. Yo, clean. Okay, now this one decides. I don't know if this one is free. You know, this end is we go in upside down, right? I guess you need to just bounce correct, and then it should be doable. All right. All right. Let's go.
Okay. I bought it. Okay. Okay.